How's that sound? Oh, okay. 254 for 9 when play resumes this morning. Sussex off 79.4 overs. Jack Carson is 81 not out, and Joe Sarrow yet to get off the mark. Get anything then? Yeah, okay, cheers mate, bye bye.
They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
skipper Joe Leach, Worcestershire taking the field. I just wanted to update from the half hour.
Okay, cool. You'll hear mine, they just kick in every now and again. So
it's just... Julie, the Sussex is Jack Carson, Joe Sarah.
okay.
I think it will last long with Sarah's on strike, but...
Carson played pretty well about it. Good morning and welcome to New Road in Worcester for day 2 of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 3 game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Sussex resuming this morning at 254 for 9, 2 balls away from the end of the 80th over. Jack Carson 81 not out, Joe Sarrow yet to get off the mark. They were the 2 batsmen at the crease when the umpires called an end to the day's play on day 1 yesterday owing to bad light. My name is Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me, joining me today for the second day, having missed the first day, I'm delighted to say, is Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex. Good morning, Adrian. Welcome to New Road.
Yeah, thank you very much, Frank. Lovely to be here. One of my favourite cricket grounds. It always looks wonderful, even on a cloudy day. I love coming to New Road. Looks like this game is well set up after day 1 as well.
Yeah, thanks to a really good recovery by Sussex, the main architect of which, well, you could say was Jack Carson, but in fact the foundations for the recovery were laid by Ibrahim and Lenham in their partnership for the 7th wicket of 41, which was then carried on really by Ibrahim in that 8th wicket partnership, which added 55 before he was out for a very well made 48. So really good recovery by Sussex, having been 97 for 6 at one stage. Worcestershire be hoping that they can wrap things up pretty promptly this morning, because I think they felt at the end of day one yesterday that it hadn't ended perhaps as well as it might have done for them, although I think generally, having spoken to one or two of the players, they were fairly satisfied with their day's work yesterday. Dillon Pennington from the New Road end bowls the first ball of the day, the 5th in fact of this over, 80th over, because it was interrupted by bad light last night, and it's allowed through by Sarrow to the keeper Ben Cox. Sarrow, that's the first ball he faced. Actually, he'd only just come in yesterday when the umpires called a halt. Similar weather conditions to yesterday, perhaps a little bit brighter, maybe a degree or two warmer as well. Sparse-ish crowd in at the moment as Pennington is in and bowls, and Sarrow pushes this back up the pitch to the bowler. It's the end of the over. Will they take a new ball? Joe Leach peeling off his sweater, and he's going to take up the attack from the Diglis end.
Would there be any reason they might not take the new ball, Frank?
No, I can't think so. Expense?
Yeah, well, you're right. I mean, sometimes it does disappear around the park, doesn't it?
No, I mean, I was
go.
joking. Yeah, they are taking it. But, you know, that's a ball that costs, what, I don't know, 50, 60 quid. They take it and bowl 2 balls with it, get a wicket, and then put it back in the box, put into the net box. But no, new ball being taken. Not surprised. Joe Leach looking for a 5-fer. He's got 4 for 67 so far, Worcestershire skipper, and I think he'd probably like to wrap things up pretty quickly if he could.
It's going to be Jack Carson who is going to take strike. 81 not out is his highest first-class score. Made a very nice half-century down at Hove earlier on this season against Northamptonshire. And throughout the season, actually, Jack has said, you know, when he began his career over in Northern Ireland as a young man, you know, primarily a batsman who's come on to bowl off spin. But he's facing Joe Leach, who comes running in and bowls to Carson, a ball of good length, and he just punches into the covers, and there is no run. And I listened to a bit of yesterday, and it seemed like he really went on the attack yesterday, Frank, young Carson. Yeah,
not to start with. He played fairly circumspectly. Interesting. I mean, he played really well. He bided his time. He waited until Josh Baker, the young left-arm spinner, came into the attack, and he really got stuck into him. Just update BBC Heaven Worcester's FM listeners. News here from New Road is that players got underway on time on this second day, and Worcestershire have taken the new ball. It was due after 2 deliveries this morning, Dillon Pennington finishing the over that was interrupted by bad light last night, and the new ball immediately been taken. Joe Leach is operating with it from the Diglis end. As yet, no breakthrough for Worcestershire this morning. Carson is 81 not out, Sarrow yet to get off the mark, and Sussex still on their overnight 254 for 9. And then and he got stuck into Baker, Adrian, yesterday, and scored pretty quickly. Described by Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, as smart batting.
As Leach bowls outside the off stump, and Carson just eases that down to third man and declines the single off of the 3rd ball of the over. So he's obviously looking to farm the strike here.
Yeah, he was doing that yesterday. I always think it's nice when the opposition do pay some respect to the other team. And yesterday I was talking to Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, at the end of the game, and he said, you know, one of the things that happened was that somebody played well against us. He said Jack Carson played really well. We thought he batted well, and he batted smart. So I like that when
no, for sure,
they don't always put it down to their own failings.
In comes Leach over the wicket bowls, and Carson with a play and a miss outside of the off stump, and Joe Leach immediately is looking for a change in the field. He's got a deep mid-wicket. He's now coming up, and I think he's signalled almost to come up to perhaps a saving 1 position at mid-wicket. And there's also
4 balls gone. He's not going to try and let him score now, is he? That's what it is, I think.
He's bringing up his 3rd man. Looks like to Gully. He's still got a fine leg. The fielder who was sweeping on the cover boundary is now coming up to point. So, in fact, that 3rd man has now come up into 3rd slippers. Leach runs in again, bowls, and Carson clips that one down to finally. You heard a howl there from Joe Leach. But nonetheless, Carson gets a single down to fine leg. He goes to 82 and Sussex 255 for 9.
Yeah, I think Joe Leach might just thought he'd nipped it back, and if he'd missed it, he would have been in front, but he didn't miss it, played it very well. And the other thing about this innings, Adrian, is that Carson he's grown in assurance as well. He was a little bit, there were a few more play and misses early on, and he didn't look like a man who was going to get stuck in and score 80, I must say, in the first half an hour of his innings. But he's grown in confidence. His feet have moved a lot better towards the end of the day yesterday, and he hasn't looked like a man with a previous top score of 50, let's say that.
So, can Joe Sarro survive the last ball of this over as Leach bowls? And Sarro plays a very confident looking forward defensive shot, 2 wideish mid on, fielded down there. There is no run. The end of the first over with the second new ball is negotiated safely by Sussex, who are 255 for 9, having started the day on 254 for 9. Jack Carson is on 82. Joe Sarro left to score.
And I always say a few times during the day, if people want to get in touch, it'd be lovely to hear from them, whether they be Worcestershire supporters or Sussex supporters or just cricket supporters. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58, and Adrian is also on Twitter at Adrian Harms. That's capital A for Adrian and a capital H for Harms, Harms. So do get in touch if you've got anything to say. Very useful yesterday that somebody got in touch after about 10 minutes and said your commentary's not going out on the BBC Sports app, so we managed to get that sorted. Pennington from the New Road end down the leg side, loose one, and not gathered by Ben Cox, diving away to his right. That runs away for 4 byes, and Cox, who kept wicket pretty well yesterday, did put a chance down and made a lot of really spectacular diving saves here and there. Caught one really good catch low to his right. He was a busy man yesterday and tested early on this morning by the wayward delivery from Pennington, who bowled pretty well yesterday. He's in his 19th over, 1 for 61, comes in now, bowls. This one again is leg side-ish, and it's clipped beautifully by Carson through mid-wicket for 4. Most things running away towards the pavilion have been uncatchable once they've gone past the field, and that was no different. Nicely timed, lovely shot from Carson, and he goes on to 86. So within sight of a maiden first-class 100. That will be very much in his mind, I would imagine, this morning. It's something they probably talked about in the dressing room. Got a real chance.
Yeah, he has.
And he's exceeded his, what was it, 53 previously?
52, I think, against Northamptonshire earlier on this season.
He's Pennington in again, bowls, and that's a good one. He got that one absolutely right, Pennington, just outside the off stump, just short of a length, and drew Carson into the shot. Probably didn't quite need to play it, but play it he did, and it went past the outside edge and through to Ben Cox.
Yeah, he came in against Northamptonshire earlier on this season. He made 52. He came in when Sussex was 67 for 8.
And he waits now as Pennington is in, bowls, and he gets another run this time, just pushing this one out square on the offside. 4th ball of the over, so there'll be 2 for Sarro to negotiate from Pennington. Carson moves on to 87, 264 for 9 here at New Road. Cloudy, as I said, a little bit of a breeze as we look out from the New Road end, and our position with Pennington bowling from this end with a sort of long on position, and a smallish crowd mostly gathered in the Basil D'Oliveira stand at the Diglis end of the ground, watching as Pennington moves in now, bowls, and Sarro plays a very correct backward defensive shot, pushing up to mid-off where Jake Libby is the fielder. Nothing wrong with that, and certainly so far so good as far as Sussex are concerned. Considering they were 97 for 6, 264 for 9, it's relative riches, isn't it, really? And Carson can get 100, and they can maybe even push on towards 300. That would be extraordinary recovery, really, by such a young side. Pennington in once more, bowls, and this one takes Sarro on the pad, drops down in front of him. He's negotiated the last 2 balls of that over safely enough, and Worcestershire still out there with Sussex 264 for 9.
I just wonder if I could give an email address, Frank.
Yeah, of course.
We sometimes get a few emails.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. pre-innings.co.uk. So that's sometimes it doesn't work, but it's working today.
We don't have a dedicated email, but if Worcestershire supporters wanted to get in touch as well and make a lengthier comment than they can make on Twitter, then obviously they can do that. Maybe just repeat it again.
Yeah, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's for everyone to use. And
then there's Twitter as well, at Frank Watson58 and at Adrian Harms with a capital A and a capital H.
In comes Joe Leach, bowls to Carson, who plays that in the air to mid-off. Now, mid-off is a good way back, and had he been up on the edge of the square, it would have almost ballooned to...
Played it too early, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Odd one.
Yeah.
General feeling yesterday, I commentated throughout the day, and I thought this pitch was similar to the ones that we've had at New Road for most of the year, which has been lacking in pace and lacking in sideways movement, lacking encouragement for the bowlers. But actually, talking to one or two of the players, they thought it was a bit better than that.
Comes Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Carson pulls that to mid on, quite time it, and fielded out there by Adam Finch.
I was in the minority really. The feeling was that it was actually a better pitch than we've had at New Road this year, and it had offered a bit more encouragement for the bowlers in terms of sideways movement. Nothing excessive. I still think it lacks a bit of pace. It certainly keeps a bit low when the bowling is from the far end, from the Diglis end. At this end it keeps a little bit low. But until you've seen both teams bowl on it, you should never make your mind up.
Leach in a game bowls, and Carson's hit on the pad, looking to glance out through the leg side. Umpire Pratt at the far end, and a good look at that.
Missing leg.
Keep a little low, perhaps.
Missing leg, I think, watching the replay. A couple yesterday there was one yesterday in particular that I thought Worcestershire were a bit unlucky with. A good shout against Ibrahim, but it didn't cost a huge number of runs. But I don't think there was any problem with that one. And we thought yesterday, Adrian, we thought mainly that the umpires got things pretty right. It's not always right to look at the replay and think you've got as good a view as them, because the angle isn't quite the same, is it?
Leach has a little natter there to Jake Libby, who's fielding at mid-off. Leach in again, bowled. Oh, Carson is bowled! And that's the end of Jack Carson. Bowled, his leg stump is rocked back, and a very good innings from Jack Carson comes to an end on 87. And Joe Leach, who took the new ball and his second over with the new ball, he picks up the wicket of Jack Carson, who's out for 87 off of 114 balls, so falls 13 short of a maiden first-class 100. Is Jack Carson. He's done a very good job for his side, and he wanders off and is getting a very good hand from this very sporting New Road crowd, which we'll let you listen to. One other thing I like to see, Frank, and actually applause not just for Jack Carson but also for Joe Leach, who picks up his fifth wicket of the innings and gets around the balls from his. So well bowled, Joe Leach, who wanders off with the new ball in his right hand. Lovely to see the Worcestershire players applauding Jack Carson, actually. I don't think there's enough of that in cricket, but I'm a bit of a stickler for that sort of thing. But lovely to see some nice applause for Jack Carson. He'll be disappointed to miss out on his 100, but nonetheless delighted to have steered Sussex from the perils where they were yesterday of 97 for 6 to 264 all out.
Yeah, 264 all out, and a career best from Jack Carson of 87, and I agree with you, it's nice to see the opposition players applauding him. I think there was a feeling yesterday, as I said earlier, that he played pretty well, and there were one or two interesting thoughts yesterday from various people after the game about the relative youthfulness of the sides, and Sussex in particular. I was talking to Daryl Mitchell, and he said, I've been playing county cricket for 17 years, and it's almost unheard of. He said, but I've actually gone out to play against a county where I only knew one of the opposition, which is extraordinary, really. Such is the game at this stage in the season, in this format of the competition, and the way that the two teams have gone about it. Worcestershire got quite a few youngsters in their side as well, but nowhere near as many as Sussex, whose average age is under 20 in this game, which is extraordinary. Full bowling figures for Worcestershire after that Sussex innings. Joe Leach 22.4 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 68. Dillon Pennington 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 66. Barnard 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 34. Adam Finch, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 32. Bowled pretty well, I thought, Finch. Those figures don't really do him justice. Baker, who came in for a bit of punishment later on, but the young left-arm spinner bowled well early on. 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 42. And Brett D'Oliveira just a 1 over, but it was crucial because he picked up a wicket. 1 over, no maidens, 1 for 11. So Sussex resuming this morning, 254 for 9, bowled out for 264, 10 runs added. Worcestershire will begin their response shortly, in about 6 or 7 minutes time, and we'll be back with you with live commentary then.
The overnight scores around the country, City, Bristol, they're playing so far today.
Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume. In fact, the umpire's just going out there and supervising the last minute or two of the rolling between innings that is allowed. And the heavy roller is out there, and in a moment we'll see the Worcestershire opening batsman coming out to the crease. Darryl Mitchell and Jake Libby, probably the two most experienced batsmen that Worcestershire have got, coming out to respond to Sussex's 264 all out. They added 10 this morning, Sussex, to their overnight score of 254 before Joe Leach removed Jack Carson, who'd made a career best 87, Leach finishing with 5 for 68. Darryl Mitchell will take strike at the New Road end, and he will be facing the bowling of
Looks
Finn
like
Hudson Prentice.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
who's been given a shirt number 33 by the look of it, I think.
The last time I saw Finn bowl was for Derbyshire a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, well, he's
against Sussex.
He's played against Worcestershire twice already this season for Derbyshire, so no stranger. And he's going to be bowling from the Diglis end. I'll let you take it up.
That's kind, Frank. My phone makes a noise. Sorry about that. Very unprofessional. Thought the sound was off. Anyway, so Finn Hudson Prentice, who's on loan actually from Derbyshire at the moment, but that move will become permanent at the end of the season. I've not had a chance to speak to Finn and understand the reasons why he's come back. He left Sussex for Derbyshire 3 seasons ago, but now he's back racing into bowl his first ball. He comes in and bowls, and a terrific delivery as well, quick delivery, which is rather felt for by Mitchell outside of the off stump. It rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I've never been here before, Frank, and commentated with the wicket so close to the commentary box. It always feels like we're out there.
Yeah,
really.
it's ideal, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
apart from that post that we've got in front of us. We were just saying yesterday, it was a bit like being at Selhurst Park, really, with that post there. But apart from that, you're right. It's nice, isn't it? just on the pavilion side of the middle.
Prentice in bowls and driven by Mitchell nicely, and he's going to get 4 runs. Slightly overpitched by Hudson Prentice, and a nice looking shot between point and cover, and the ball races away to this shortish boundary and rolls over the road in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion for 4 runs. So Worcestershire are on the way, and a nice shot by Darryl Mitchell.
Yeah, for those who know the ground, just describing where the strip is, you can see where the black box is at the far end, the sort of sky commentary box for the C20s. Those strips in front of that would be absolutely central. So we're probably about 4 across from there. We've had quite a lot of cricket on the far side this year, so it's quite nice for them to be in our eye line, as it were.
Hudson Prentice bowling with 2 slips and a gully. He's in and bowls, and Mitchell is forward and plays that firmly down the ground to mid-on, where it's fielded by Carson, who hits the stumps with his throw, and they clearly thought it was Henry Crocombe with the throw, which hit the stumps, and Sussex clearly thought they'd got their man. It was played firmly by Mitchell to mid-on. It was fielded by Crocombe, who was quickly round, got in the throw. Now, the only person who didn't appeal was Hudson Prentice, the bowler. I don't know if you had a good view of that, but the Sussex players thought they'd got their man.
No, watching the replay, I think he's in, actually, quite well in, probably. But one thing about it, the umpire wasn't looking, was he? I don't think he was in
a good position.
In a good position. He moved the opposite side to the ball, but he hadn't quite got the turn in to look, really, and they did get a bit excited, but I think he was in anyway.
Yeah. As I say, Finn Hudson Prentice, who perhaps had the best view, didn't appeal. As in comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and should be caught, and he's put down at second slip, and that was a chance to Jack Carson. It was high to his right hand side, but catchable height, and I think Jack Carson will be very disappointed. He didn't snaffle that. It was an outside edge. Jake Libby's first ball he's received, and that's a chance that's gone a begging.
It's all happening.
4 runs.
Jake Libby
goes to 4.
Jake Libby's really unhappy with himself for playing at that. He really was. He watched it go away for 4, and then he turned away quite angrily. Could easily have gone first ball.
Yeah. I mean, it almost looks as if Jack Carson didn't pick it up. I mean, I think he got a hand to it, but it was certainly. It went quickly.
Lively stuff in this first over.
Yeah. Goes down as a chance, though. Hudson Prentice Over the wicket bowls, and Libby just plays quietly to mid-off. It's nice to get a ball with nothing happening. The ball played to mid-off, fielded by skipper Haynes. And there is no run. He went very, very quick, but it was sort of shoulder high, Frank, wasn't it?
High. Well,
to Castle's right hand side.
It would have been a good snaffle. Let's be honest.
It would have been a very good catch.
Yeah, especially early on. But even so, you've got to put it down as a chance.
No, absolutely.
And Libby's, could be one that makes them pay, because he's been quite prolific since he came to Worcestershire from Notts.
Played very well in the one-dayer here, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Libby is forced straight back down the track. Prentice fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So end of the opening over. I'm sure Jack Castle's going to say to Finn Hudson Prentice, sorry about that. 9 without loss, Mitchell on 5, Libby on 4. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson. And just to give out those email details again, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to send an email. And indeed Steve has sent us an email, and he's listening in Sydney, Australia, and he says, I'm watching the coverage on your YouTube channel. I'm looking forward to seeing Jack Haynes bat, who played for our local club Sydney CC a few years ago as a 16-year-old. He dominated the under-16 Green Shield competition, helping the team win the competition. He then played a few grade games, a terrific player, and more importantly, a fine young man. And a big shout out to his father, Gavin, who became a favourite among the parents for his continuous laps of the ground throughout the day. And that's cheers from Steve O'Brien. How lovely.
Yeah, very nice. Well, two people I know very well, Gavin Haynes and Jack. And Jack also played at the club where I'm involved at Ombersley. His Sarrow comes in to start the second over from the New Road end, bowls to Mitchell, who tucks him away down to long leg for a single, takes Worcestershire on to 10 without loss. And I would agree with everything that is said there about Jack. Fine young player, fine young man, and his father Gavin, who of course was an all-rounder here for Worcestershire, highly respected coach in these parts. And Jack's been one of the real pluses for Worcestershire in the last year or two. Made his first team 100 at Chelmsford 3 or 4 weeks ago in the one-day competition, and went on to make 150. Played really well. Here's Joe Sarrow again, in from the New Road end, bowls to Libby, who times that one beautifully off his hips, just past the diving fielder at mid-wicket, but it races away for 4 down to the fence underneath the second scoreboard here on the pavilion side of the ground. And Libby, I beg your pardon, moves on to 8, and Worcestershire 14 without loss. So there's a lot happening so far in this innings. 8 runs, 8 balls, 14 runs, 3 boundaries, a missed catch. Quite lively stuff. Here's Sarrow again, right arm over the wicket from the New Road end, bowls and gets that one right. Quite slingy sort of action, Sarrow, and just drawing Libby into the shot there outside the off stump. And he didn't need to play it, be a bit annoyed with himself, the Worcestershire opener, but just drawn into it. Good length from Sarrow, beat the outside edge and through to the keeper.
Just noticed Neil Bainton just having a little quiet word there with Joe Sarrow. I think it might be where his front foot was landing, Frank. I think it was just a little...
Yeah, a little walk.
Yeah, just a little chat.
Warning. Yeah, don't get any closer. Anyway, in he comes now, Sarrow. Only runs up about 15-20 metres outside the off stump, left alone this time by Libby with quite an extravagant leave. Update for FM listeners coming now on BBC Hereford Worcester. Well, Worcestershire have wrapped up the Sussex innings. The visitors resumed on their overnight 254 for 9. They added 10 runs to that before Joe Leach, who'd just taken the new ball, bowled Jack Carson, and he was out for 87. Leach finishing with 5 for 68, and Sussex therefore 264. A good recovery. At one stage, remember, they were 97 for 6. The Worcestershire response began just a few minutes ago. We're in the second over, just nearing the end of it. It's been lively stuff, and they're 14 without loss at the moment, with Daryl Mitchell on 6 and Jake Libby on 8, but Libby could have gone first ball, edging past the slips and down to the boundary. 14 without loss Worcestershire at the end of the second over, which Sarrow is bowling. Comes in now to bowl to Libby, and Libby drives this, well, goes to turn it on the leg side, gets a sort of thickish outside edge, and it runs up to extra cover. End of the over, and Worcestershire 14 without loss then. Mitchell on 6, Libby on 8. We've had 1 over each from Finn, Hudson Prentice and Joe Sarrow. Earlier today, Worcestershire wrapping up the Sussex innings for the addition of 10 runs to the overnight score. Sussex eventually 2-6 for all out. So, Darryl Mitchell to face Finn Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice recently rejoining Sussex, where he started his career. He's on loan from Derbyshire. That loan will be turned into a permanent move, we understand, at the end of this season. He comes in now and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Mitchell, taken by wicket-keeper Ollie Carter. Diminutive figure, Carter, wearing number 11. First time I've seen quite a few of these Sussex players.
Yeah, he played a good innings down here. The 50 over game was a smashing game of cricket.
Yeah.
Sussex did their best to lose, actually, having been in a great position.
Here's Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and Mitchell leaves this alone outside the off stump, and it goes through to Carter. 3 slips in place. Ali all at first slip, Carson at second slip, and the man with no name at third slip.
Yeah, I think that's Harrison Ward in there.
I think he batted without a number.
Yeah.
Harrison Ward.
I don't know why he hasn't got a number yet. Hudson Prentice has.
No, Hudson Prentice didn't have a number yesterday though when he batted,
okay.
I think. So I don't know. They're trying to confuse us.
That won't take much.
They're making us remember the days when nobody had numbers. Here's Hudson Prentice, bowls to Mitchell, clips this away on the onside. Might be a little bit annoyed with himself that he didn't capitalise on that, because it was a bit too full, the non-leg stump, but he just sort of squeezed it up to mid-on and wasn't able to beat Henry Crocombe as he moved to his right, and Mitchell probably feel he missed out on a couple there. 14 without loss it remains. Darryl Mitchell, Worcestershire veteran, bat raised as Hudson Prentice is in, and he beats him outside the off stump with a good one. Mitchell pushing at that one, genuinely played at it, and that passed the outside edge. Good delivery from Hudson Prentice. Don't think it did a great deal. Maybe just Mitchell just played down the wrong line. Might just have shaped away a little bit. But
he's quite lively, isn't he, Hudson Prentice?
Yeah, he's that's exactly right, isn't he? You call him a sort of lively medium pace, wouldn't you? He's not express, but gets it through. Certainly capable of the odd quickish one, like that one that flew past the slips. Actually, this one's another well-directed delivery just outside off stump, left alone by Mitchell and taken again by the keeper. So we're nearing the end of the third over, 14 without loss. Worcestershire this morning managing to take that final Sussex wicket for the addition of 10 runs. Carson 87 at career best, the man dismissed this morning by the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach, who finished with 5 for 68. Here's Hudson Prentice again in bowls. Mitchell leaves this one alone outside the off stump, taken by Carter. Tidy over that one from Hudson Prentice. His second, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, his figures, and Worcestershire 14 without loss in response to 264 from Sussex. Cloudy day at New Road, as it was yesterday, as it is I think over most of the country. You could be watching cricket anywhere and you'd be in fairly similar weather conditions to this, from what I understand, and most of the crowd fairly well wrapped up against the chill as Sarrow comes in and bowls outside the off stump, a no ball which Libby leaves alone, and it bounces and climbs quite steeply to wicket-keeper Carter, who takes it away in front of first slip. Sarrow, quite a big man, straight approach, broad shouldered, and hits the deck quite hard. Bearded figure, just making a slight adjustment to his run up now, to his bowling mark, having overstepped. Just puts the white run up marker down on the ground, taps it with his foot and comes back to the end of his run, turns, places the ball quite deliberately between the fingers of his right hand and runs in now and bowls to Libby down the leg side, and that's a really nice tumbling save by Ollie Carter, diving away to his left, taking the ball left-handed, as we saw Ben Cox do several times yesterday when there were wayward deliveries. So a good bit of carry on that one. There's been more bounce at that end, the Diglis end of the ground. Bowling when the bowling's from the New Road end. Sarrow just struggling for a bit of rhythm at the moment. No ball, followed by one down the leg side. Comes in again now and bowls, and that one is better, but outside the off stump, well wide of Libby, and he's happy to leave it alone and allow it to go through to the wicket keeper. Mentioning the crowd, fairly sparse, quite a few gathered at the far end. The Basil D'Oliveira stand at the Diglis end of the ground is usually pretty well populated, especially with the pavilion being out of action at the moment, and that gives you a pretty good view of the ground as well. There, that's where the bulk of the spectators are as Sarrow moves in again past umpire Bainton, and again this one is wide outside the off stump, and although it carries through quite nicely to the keeper, it started wide and went wider, and Libby on this occasion had absolutely nothing to do with it. Those of you who weren't listening yesterday, Sussex coming into this game with, I think it's at the youngest average age of any side ever in county cricket, average age of about 19 and a half. Very, very young side indeed. As Sarrow comes in, bowls, and Libby gets a run, pushing this one through mid-wicket, picked up by Hudson Prentice moving round from mid-on, and a comfortable single for Jake Libby, who moves on to 9, 17 without loss. Mitchell is on 6, and he takes guard for the first time, I think, at the Diglis end of the ground, taking his guard from umpire Neil Bainton. And Sarrow will come in now. I think he's actually bowled one ball to Mitchell before now, which was turned for a single. In he comes, bowls, and Mitchell lets that one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. So one ball left in the 4th over, and Joe Sarrow just struggling for a bit of rhythm here at the moment. He's bowled one or two good deliveries, got a little bit of shape on the ball, getting the ball to move away from the right-handers, but struggled a little bit with his line. Hasn't made the batsman play sufficiently, and just doesn't quite look as though it's coming together for him at the moment. And again, this one is outside the off stump and taken by keeper Carter. So at end of the over, it wasn't expensive, but it was a little bit untidy. One sprayed down the leg side, a no ball, and a couple of wide ones outside the off stump. Hudson Prentice has been more accurate, even though perhaps a little bit more expensive, because he's conceded 9 off his first over, but that did include an edge that could have been caught in the slips. So 4 overs gone. Worcestershire replying to Sussex's 264 are 17 without loss.
Yeah, I just wondered, Frank, whether Joe Sarrow was just slightly put off in that first over, and Neil Bainton just had a little word with him about where his front foot, and I saw him come back and sort of remark his run out, and since then he's, as I say, he's not really posed a threat. In comes Hudson Prentice, who bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, not timed through the covers, but it's going to race away, could go all the way to the boundary. Ibrahim is after it, but he can't stop it. And it's 4 more to Libby, who goes to 13, the total 21 without loss. He didn't quite time that, it was outside of the off stump, but it's a relatively short boundary on the offside as we look out of the ground towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. And a boundary to Libby, who's on 13, Worcestershire with a, well, not an express start, but a very steady start, 21 without loss.
Yeah, there's not much, you're not going to catch much today once it's gone past the field on that side.
Hudson Prentice in again, a shorter delivery on this occasion, and Libby right in behind it, plays it down the offside, and there is no run. I'm just a little surprised that maybe Henry Crocombe hasn't opened the bowling, the other seam option for Sussex. In fact, there are a couple of other seam options, Crocombe being certainly one of those. He bowls a brisk right arm pace, about the same pace as Hudson Prentice, but does a little bit with the ball as Henry Crocombe. Dan Ibrahim will also bowl his medium paces. Then we've got the two spinners, the two young spinners. Archie Lennon, as in comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls and covers up as Libby plays it straight back down the track, and fielding off his own bowling is Hudson Prentice. So we'll have Archie Lennon bowling his spin. We'll have Jack Carson bowling off spin, Archie Lennon bowling leg spin, and a bit of left arm spin as well, I expect, from James Cole. So there's a lot of options in terms of where Tom Haynes can turn to in terms of bowling. And he, of course, himself, he bowls a bit of medium pace as well. So plenty of options for the young captain of Sussex, who's standing at mid-off. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Libby just lets that go outside of the off stump, given a life off the first ball that he received. Jake Libby rather hanged the bat outside of the off stump, an outside edge that flew very quickly to the right of Jack Carson, who was fielding at second slip. You sort of, the ball almost seemed to sort of burst through his hands, really. I think it has to go down as a chance. Would you say, Frank? I mean,
well, I suppose, yeah, it's a technical chance, could you say, couldn't you?
Almost didn't seem to sort of pick it up. I mean, it did go very quickly, but
yeah,
he would have been disappointed. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls, and Libby again just covers up. Good delivery by Hudson Prentice, who I was talking to our Derbyshire commentator, Dave Fletcher, when Hudson Prentice came, and he was saying what a loss he will be to Derbyshire, because he's certainly been one of their standout performers in what's been a pretty disappointing season for Derbyshire. So it'd be interesting to understand a little bit more about Finn's move, and
just misses the sea air, maybe.
Yeah, might do. Yeah, coming back home to the south coast. He's bustling in now from the Digley's end of the ground. In and bowls, and Libby just places comfortably off the hip down towards fine leg. I think there'll be a couple of runs here for Jake Libby as Sarrow comes running in, but it was an easy couple of runs. He had to go and move a long way to his left, did Joe Sarrow, and that allowed Libby to come back for a comfortable 2. He moves to 15, and Worcestershire at the end of the 5th over are 23 without loss. That will apply to the Sussex total of 264 not out, in which Jack Carson top scored with 87. Sussex adding another 10 runs this morning before losing that wicket, but Worcestershire with a very confident start in reply.
Yeah, good running from Jake Libby, coming back for 2. Interesting one for these two Worcestershire batsmen, I think, mentally, isn't it? Because you've got Libby, he's made the move to New Road, and he's had a really good start. He's got nothing to prove, really, to anybody here now at New Road. He's been made Red Ball Vice captain. Just break off a Sarrow bowls to Mitchell, who gets an inside edge to that one, and probably the best ball that Sarrow's bowled, and goes down to fine leg for a single, which takes Mitchell on to 7, and the total to 24 without loss. And you've got Mitchell, 17 years, a pro, coming towards the end of his career, and they're playing against a bunch of kids, really, in many ways, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but as I said, Darryl Mitchell did say to me yesterday, can't remember playing in a game where I hardly knew any of the opposition at all. So they've got to be quite professional and dedicated and determined to really motivate themselves, these two, I think. Sarrow is in, bowls to Libby, who pushes out on the offside, and again there's no run. But saying that, I also recall a conversation, and I did mention this yesterday as well, that Chris Dent commented at the end of the first Bob Willis Trophy last year, when everybody had been waiting to play, August the 1st it was, wasn't it, last year?
Yes.
And he said at the end of the day, you know what, we just remembered how much we enjoy playing cricket. That's why we do it. So at the end of the day, whoever you're playing against, whether it's Division 1, 2 or 3, you're out there, you're having a game of cricket, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Joe Sarrow into bowl to Libby, who lets that go outside of some. Sarrow again struggling a little bit with his line. I think he's getting a bit of shape on the ball away from the right-handers, but he's just not making them play enough.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Frank. That's, certainly with the new ball, you've got to make the batsman play, and he's just being allowed to let an awful lot of balls just pass by outside the off stump. He's struggling to find his line. Tom Haynes is having a little chat to him there from mid-off. I like to see a captain at mid-off, Frank.
Yeah, so do I. Worcestershire have usually got Libby at mid-off, his vice-captain, and Leach at mid-on if he's not bowling. But very important with younger bowlers, Sarrow again bowls half volley, which Libby doesn't miss out on. Full, and he drives it through the offside, and well, I think it's just been hauled back inside the rope. Good diving flick back and a bit of team fielding between the two fielders out there.
Who was that? I think that was Dan Ibrahim who chased
Ibrahim
that one.
flicked it back, and then I think it was it Harrison Ward
yes, it
who
was.
helped him. So
Yes,
Ward isn't the man with no number.
No, he's now got his number on the back. He's got his jumper on. He's got 35 on. So maybe hasn't got it.
It's the man in the sun hat that hasn't got a number.
At the
in
gully.
The gully, yeah.
I wonder if that's James Coles.
27 without loss with those three, and Sarrow into Mitchell, and again good shape, good movement off the pitch away, but just started much too wide and carrying on, taken by the wicketkeeper Carter, moving across, well, almost in front of first slip.
If anybody knows, obviously there's a lot of talk about this new structure, Frank, of the county championship, and obviously this is the third division, so it's the bottom division. But I understand there's still some prize money around. I mean,
Yeah.
I've no idea. Perhaps someone could let us know how much it is and how much you get for coming wherever you do in this division. I can't believe it's fortunes.
There is still money around, definitely. We were talking about this yesterday, but I don't know the exact figures. As Sarrow bowls, again it's another no ball, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Mitchell. I think maybe when the umpire Neil Bainton had a word with Sarrow, it was about his front foot overstepping rather than being in the danger area, and he struggled a little bit, moved his marker once, and again there just overstepping. Doesn't look too bothered by it, Sarrow. Clearly, from my point of view as a coach, I would say I look at him and I think, you know, he's getting the shape on the ball. If he can get it in the right area to start with, he can bowl wicket taking deliveries, this chap. But this one is angled down the leg side, and he's just struggling for rhythm. Just doesn't look a happy bowler at the moment, Joe Sarrow. 3 overs, no maiden and no wicket for 14. Hudson Prentice 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Libby on 18, Mitchell on 7. Worcestershire replying to Sussex's 264, 29 without loss.
I've had a tweet in from Richard Beveridge. Good morning, Beveridge, I should say. Richard, thank you. He says, lovely to hear the commentary this morning. Thanks very much. Mention of Harrison Ward reminds me of the Indiana Jones puns at Sedbergh, when the chap on the Tannoy announced that Harrison Ford was on the Sussex team sheet. Yeah, we went up to Sedbergh, Frank, for a 50 over game. First game in the 50 over, and what a setting.
Yeah, lovely school, lovely place. Yeah.
Oh, it was a glorious day, not a cloud in the sky. Really, really good game of cricket, and that has to be. Well, I love coming to this cricket ground, but I mean, it was just as a setting.
Yeah, magnificent.
Oh,
it is
unbelievable!
Yeah,
I'm so glad I went.
Yeah, there's a few beautiful school grounds, you know, on the circuit in the country. Many of them too small to host first-class cricket. But certainly that is one of them.
Hudson Prentice in from the Digley's end, bowls, and he beats Libby outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, which I thought just kept a little low. Went through to Carter, who took it down by his bootlaces. But a full shot from Libby that just warrants Daryl Mitchell just coming down and having a word to his opening partner. So a moral victory for Hudson Prentice. He's bowling with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on a grey overcast day in Worcestershire, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Libby up on his toes and plays a shortish delivery to mid-wicket, who is fielded by Archie Lenham, who gets in the throw to keeper Carter, and there is no run. Archie Lenham, who made 20 yesterday on his first-class debut. He's made quite a season, Archie Lenham, being involved with the Sussex T20 and 50 over squad, and then called up by the Southern Braves for the latter stages of the 100, and he was on the podium on finals day as well at Lord's, so it's been a pretty chaotic few months for Archie Lenham, and now making his first class debut as well, as Hudson Prentice is in, and that's wide of the off stump and let go by Libby through into the gloves of Carter, who takes this one round about waist high, and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at Frank Watson.
At Frank Watson 58. Yeah.
Okay.
Do get in touch. Yeah, always like to hear from listeners.
We do, and
a few more followers would be good. I'm getting up towards 900 now.
wow.
Have this dream of reaching 1,000. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Could imagine that I'm actually quite significant.
Hudson Prentice lets that go outside the off stump as Jake Libby goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no. Yeah, generally with emails, we find once people tune in during the day, a lot of people. We find Frank sort of weekends and bank holidays, perhaps doing other things, but a few people back in the office or working from home today have got the commentary on. So wherever you're listening from, it'd be lovely to hear from you today.
Some of the other guys, I know the Essex email cricket account and the Durham one, they're hotlines, aren't they, throughout the day?
Yeah. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls and edged and goes past. Now that wasn't a chance. It was played into the ground by Libby, and Jack Carson at second slip sort of dived over the ball. And the ball rolled away very quickly down here to third man for 4 more runs. So Libby goes to 22 and Worcestershire to 33 without loss. A full shot from Jake Libby. It wasn't a chance.
No, it's quite eventful stuff, isn't it? I said earlier, didn't I, that I was in a minority yesterday in thinking this pitch was a bit bland, a bit not offering a lot of help. I think I'm being proved wrong as well, because significant number of balls passing the edge and finding the edge. A little bit of variation in bounce at this end, because we've seen one fly through second slip and that one bounced short, didn't it?
And there's now a third slip in place as Hudson Prentice races in again, bowls to Libby, who
kept low.
Covers up, plays into the offside, fielded there by Ebret. The end of Hudson Prentice's 4th over on his return to Sussex. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. Worcestershire here under cloudy skies. Worcestershire are 33 without loss. Mitchell on 7, Libby on 22. I drove down this morning, Frank, and it was drizzling for a good part of the way. I mean, there's a few lighter skies, and I think you were saying the forecast is pretty good, but I don't think we're going to see too much blue sky or sunshine today.
No, very similar to yesterday actually, and it got gloomy then in the afternoon, and no surprise when
cold?
They went off a little bit earlier, and cold, cold, definitely, which is why I brought that little heater, which is wonderful. Feel free to flick it on at any stage.
Ridiculous for the 31st of August, really.
Well, it's not the first time it's happened, but there we go. It was so cold in April and May, wasn't it? Those first few games this year. Here's Joe Sarrow from the New Road End, bowls, and this one's turned on the leg side by Mitchell. He'll get 1, he won't come back for 2. It's a decent sliding stop by Henry Crocombe, moving around from square leg. So Mitchell goes to 8, 34 without loss. And I don't like to complain too much, because lots of people who are listening, they think, gosh, I wouldn't mind being cold and watching cricket all day.
No, I agree.
Having to go to work, so you have to be careful.
You do.
But it was really cold at the beginning of the season. And at Derby, when we were at Derby, the first game I did, poor old Alzari Joseph, we were talking about it yesterday, I think he'd just arrived from Antigua, he couldn't believe how cold it was. Sarrow in bowls, and that one's again, that's a good one, but it's a good leave as well, because it was fairly straight, and Libby left it and it went away from him. Good delivery. If that had been 18 inches, 12 inches closer to the batsman and made him play, that would have been a pretty good nut, I think. As it was a good leave from Libby.
Yeah, the first game of the season, we were up at Old Trafford on the Sunday afternoon. The game was heading for a draw anyway, but it snowed, and that was the end. The outfield was covered in snow, and the Sussex lads built a snowman. Ridiculous.
Here's Sarrow in bowls, and down the leg side, Libby just leans inside it. Good tumbling stop by Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Just got the feeling, going back to this pitch, just beginning to formulate my opinions now in terms of having seen, well, not both attacks in total, in completion against it, on it, but and clearly yet to see. I think the wrist spinner will be interesting to see how much he gets out of it, but it just, against the seams, just looks like a pitch that you're never quite in on, never quite confident. Sarrow in again, bowls, and that's short, and that's wide, and that's punched off the back foot by Libby, and a very, very good diving stop at extra cover by Dan Ibrahim. Save 4, because if that had gone past him, Libby had hit it well, they wouldn't have caught it, but he dived to his right, the youngster, got a right hand on it, and no runs as a result. 34 with that. That's one thing, I suppose, about having a very youthful side. You wouldn't expect them to have many problems in the field. You expect them to be quite mobile, quite athletic, quite flexible.
It's just bothered Joe Sarah about front foot. I saw him after that
Yeah.
delivery, Frank. He was just scratching away at the crease.
Yeah.
It's clearly on his mind.
Yeah, like I say, just not entirely happy at the moment. He's in, he bowls, full and wide, very full, left alone by Libby. Sort of ball that in a one-day game that would have been either called a wide or slapped away square of the wicket on the offside, but in these circumstances Libby had nothing to do with it.
And this is the sort of thing where, as a young captain, you know, you've got decisions to make. You know, your opening bowler's not quite hit his straps. I just wonder whether you might think, right, you know, let's pull him out the attack, let's give Crocombe the ball, and let's maybe just give Joe a go from the other end a little later, because you don't want to waste this new ball.
Yeah. Here comes Sarrow with it in, bowl short this time, and Libby on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside, no problem for him. End of the 8th over. Worcestershire 34 without loss, replying to Sussex's 264. Yeah, that said, Adrian, there will have been a discussion with Ian Salisbury, presumably, before they went out, and a plan for this fairly short session will have been decided, and it may well be they've said we'll give him 4 or 5 at the start and see what happens.
Well, they are making a change, but it's not the change I thought, because Henry Crocombe is going to come onto the attack. But he's going to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice from the Digley's end. Now, I just wonder whether
he'll come to this end.
Yeah. Certainly Hudson-Prentice has posed more of a threat. Not that Joe Sarrow has bowled badly, but I think you've been spot on, Frank. He's not quite got his range. He just seems a bit unsettled. He was Neil Bainton, the umpire, just had a little word. It was, you know, probably just watch where you're putting your front foot. You know, good umpiring, but it just seemed to unsettle Joe Sarrow a little bit, so we shall see. Anyway, Henry Crocombe, I like this young man. He's got a bit about him. Right arm over the wicket. He's running in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Outside the off stump, Mitchell playing and missing through to keeper Carter, and there is no one. He's quite wiry, Henry Crocombe, but he bowls at good pace. And we'll see how he gets on, but Tom Haynes not slow to change the bowling around. He's bowling with 2 slips of the gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Crocombe on his way again, bowls, and that one's wide of the off stump, but that carries and goes through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. There does seem to be a little bit of variable bounce, Frank, because that one, the keeper took that round about his midriff. The one before was
This end throughout the season, it's kept a bit low. Although we've seen 1 or 2 more bounce at this end in this game than in previous games, but yeah, the other end, less variation, I think.
Crocombe on his way, bowls, and that's a wild shot by Mitchell outside the off stump. It was wide of the stump. He looked as if he was looking to cut the ball away through sort of backward point, and then had rather a wild slash at the ball, as if he didn't mean to play it. A very odd shot from
very un-Mitchell-like. Very un-Mitchell-like. I was saying earlier, wonder what the mental approach for these two is at this stage. It must be quite tough.
Crocombe bowls, and this time it is played firmly to backward point, where it's well fielded by Harrison Ward. He makes a good diving stop to his left-hand side. Too much width from Henry Crocombe, and Mitchell played that nicely, but it was a good bit of fielding by Ward, who was a very good fielder, certainly excelled in the 50 over competition, where he was consistently very good in the field, particularly around the boundary. But he's in his side for his batting, and he'd have been disappointed to have just made a single yesterday. Crocombe in and bowls, and again that's wide of the off stump, so hadn't given a bit of a build up, Henry Crocombe. There were 2 deliveries that weren't his best. The ball through to Carter, and there is no run. The spectators that are here, and Frank was saying it's not the biggest crowd, but those that are here, and if you are thinking of coming along, certainly a jumper is the order of the day.
Yeah,
there's a gentleman away to my left hand side wearing a pair of shorts, so I think he's pretty brave, to be honest.
Yeah, you do need a coat, don't you?
Crocombe in bowls, and again let go by Mitchell outside of the other one. That's the end of Henry Crocombe's opening over, which he it's a maiden over. I thought there was a run off of that over, but
no, it was a good diving stop, wasn't it, when
yes, a
Mitchell
backward
got hold
point,
of that one, yeah.
So 34 without loss are Worcestershire. Jake Libby on 22, Darryl Mitchell is on 8, and we are going to get a change of bowling at this end of the ground as well, and it's going to be Hudson-Prentice.
Yeah.
So we called it right, in that we thought that Joe Sarrow might have a breather. What I didn't anticipate was that Tom Haynes was going to switch Hudson Prentice to this end, the New Road end of the ground, and well spotted Bradders, who's on the PA as normal. Sussex 264 all out. Worcestershire 34 without loss in reply.
Hudson Prentice just he takes off his cap, gets his scrunchie out, and puts his hair up into a little bun when he bowls, and he moves away from us now from the New Road end to bowl to Jake Libby, who covers up and plays defensively back up to mid-off, where the fielding is done by the Sussex captain Tom Haynes. And there is no addition to the score update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners into the news imminently. 34 without loss. 3 slips in place, the only close catches, as Finn Hudson Prentice moves in now. Right arm over the wicket, fast medium, past umpire Bainton, bowls, and Libby is on the back foot pushing it up to mid-off again. And again the fielder is Haynes. So Hudson Prentice, much straighter than was Sarrow, making the batsman play most of the time. On his return to Sussex, Hudson Prentice is on loan from Derbyshire, but that loan will be turned into a permanent move at the end of this season, returning to where he started his career. And in he comes now and bowls to Libby, who again plays defensively off the back foot, this time pushing the ball up to mid-on, where the fielding is done by Joe Sarrow. Underarms the ball across to his captain, who's at mid-off, who polishes it on his sweater before returning it to Hudson Prentice, who has a very straight approach. Here comes that update. Well, Worcestershire are replying to Sussex's 264, the visitors having lost their final wicket, having resumed this morning on 254 for the addition of a further 10 runs this morning. Carson, the man out for 87, Joe Leach finishing with 5 for 68, and in reply Worcestershire have made a solid start. Jake Libby and Daryl Mitchell, the 2 batsmen at the crease, were in the 10th over, and they're 36 without loss, with Mitchell on 8 and Libby on 24. With 2 runs added there off that last ball from Hudson Prentice, pushed through the covers. So Libby, who's had the bulk of the strike, waits now as Hudson Prentice is in again and bowls to him, and he edges this one, and very nicely picked up at second slip by Harrison Ward. Quite a nasty one, bouncing just in front of him, but he got 2 hands to it and gathered it cleanly. So again, just my feeling that even when the batsman has hit the previous 5 balls solidly in the middle of the bat, just a suggestion that you're not quite in, because a little bit of nip off the seam from that one from Hudson Prentice, and it bounced just in front of slip but could easily have carried. He's in again, he bowls, and this one again just reinforces that point really. I don't think we can class it as a chance.
No.
It's gone for 4 to third man between keeper and first slip, but it was a full shot, and it's raced away down to the boundary. Just watching the replay now, it didn't bounce much actually. It's 4 runs for Libby, but yeah, between first and second slip actually, not keeper and first slip. Didn't carry. Second slip diving forward, trying to get his left hand to it, but it's gone away to the boundary. For food for thought, Libby's gone on to 28 off 39 deliveries, and Worcestershire 40 without loss, but not looking entirely comfortable, these 2 batsmen.
And he kicked away at the pitch, didn't he, Hudson Prentice, as he took his sun hat at the end of the over. He was, well, another day he might have picked up a couple of wickets here in this opening spell back with Sussex, but not the case, and Worcestershire 40 without loss. Reply to Sussex's 264 all out. Henry Crocombe running in from the Digley's end, bowls, clipped away down to fine leg, and that's 4 runs, and that's a nice shot by Daryl Mitchell. He was just erring down the leg side, and Mitchell just rather helped it on its way.
Seen that so many times from Daryl Mitchell. Just plays that little leg glance so perfectly.
Just a little nudge, wasn't it? And the
Yeah.
ball raced away down to fine leg. The boundary ropes are quite a way in from the boundary on the, as we're looking towards the cathedral side of the ground. So it's and the outfield's, you know, although we've had a lot of rain this summer, the outfield's still pretty quick, and Worcestershire rattling along here, 44 without loss. Crocombe on his way again, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. Let go by Mitchell, taken by keeper Carter in front of Alistair Orr, who's standing at first slip. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. A patch of blue sky appears to the left of the wonderful cathedral here at Worcester. But that's a rare pocket of blue in a sort of sea of grey and dark cloud as Crocombe in again bowls, and forced by Mitchell to backward point, fielded by Harrison Ward, who shies to throw at the stumps but then elects not to do so. And there is no run. Come on, someone, send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Let us know what you're doing, whether you're sitting at home listening to the cricket or wherever you are in the world. Be lovely to hear from you.
Had that one from Sydney, that was nice.
Yeah, it was.
A regular listen to Worcester Cricket call from Cape Cod.
Oh, wonderful. In comes Crocombe bowls, and that's well pitched up by Crocombe, and Litchell looking to flick that one away through mid-wicket. Was hit on the pad. There was an appeal from the slip cordon. Interestingly, Crocombe didn't appeal. Mitchell wanders away to square leg, and it's a dot ball in the scorer's book. The scorer's away to our left-hand side. You can see Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer, with all his pencils and pens and all the rest of it. There's Crocombe in again and bowls, and that's a wild delivery. And I have to say, Henry Crocombe hasn't got his range right here as well. He's got a couple of good deliveries, but that again was wide of the off stump, and Mitchell far too long in the tooth to have a go at that one. The cathedral clock dongs. I don't know why, because it's about 7 minutes past 12.
Yeah.
Perhaps there's some repairs or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably something like that.
Oh, no, it's dogging a lot, so
Definitely.
maybe the cathedral thinks it is 12.
Yeah.
Crocombe in again, bowls wide of the off stump. Mitchell has nothing to do with it. Ball rattles through to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. It's the end of another over. Worcestershire are 44 without loss. Mitchell on 12. Libby is on 26. Henry Crocombe 2 overs, 1 maiden, and no wicket for 4. It's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to carry on from this, the New Road end of the ground. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 25. He's had a chance put down at slip and a couple of other edges that have gone through the slip cordon. Another day he might have picked up a wicket, the Sussex opening bowler, but not so far, and I think Worcestershire will be pretty pleased with the way they've started this reply to Sussex's 264 all out.
Yeah, I agree. The scrunchie's out again from Hudson-Prentice. Just getting his man bun sorted before he starts his bowling.
Yeah.
And I wonder what Fiery Fred would have made of that.
Not impressed.
About it, wouldn't he?
I don't think. Yeah, I think he. Yeah.
44 without loss. Here comes Hudson-Prentice from the New Road end. He bowls, good delivery, and Libby. Characteristic backward defensive shot from Libby. He's not a big man. Gets in behind it, gets that left elbow up high, and pushes it back to the bowler. Really good signing for Worcestershire from Nottinghamshire, Jake Libby. Had a great season in the shortened season last season, and has continued his good form. Impressed everybody here at New Road with his demeanour, his approach in all forms. Hudson-Prentice in, and he's got him actually. Oh, there you go. Gosh, if ever a commentator talked somebody out, it was me on that occasion, because he's bowled him off his pads. A really unfortunate way to go. Looking to turn it on the leg side and sort of got tangled up, really. Not entirely sure. Just having another look at it now. So, ball just taking him on the pad. I still can't work out exactly how it's managed to go through onto the leg stump.
Yeah, I must admit, I mean, I didn't see that at all. So it looked to me like it was drifting down the leg, so it looked like he was clipping it down the leg side, and it must have just hit the pads and gone onto
just
the stump.
dribbled onto the leg stump.
Yeah.
Also. Well, it's actually hit the leg stump quite hard, but I'm not quite sure how, because it's not hit the inside of his pad. Anyway, he's gone for 28, and it just kind of reinforces what I was saying about batsmen never being in on this pitch, because Jake Libby had dominated proceedings, and it was looking as comfortable as most have looked in this game, but he has gone. Bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 28 via the pad, and he has been replaced by Tom Fell. So Worcestershire losing their first wicket, 44 for 1. It's a strange one.
Yes, it was. In fact, I was just looking at this Sussex side. I know you were talking yesterday about the very young age of this Sussex side, and actually it shows how things have sort of changed during the season, because from the opening game at Lancashire back in April, there are only 2 players playing for this Sussex side who played in that opening fixture of the season.
Goodness me. That's
Tom,
extraordinary.
yeah, Tom Haynes and Jack Carlson are the only players playing in this match who played for Sussex in the opening game of the season.
That is extraordinary, isn't it? Really extraordinary.
So, I mean, the view was always to pick the younger players, but you know, the side for that game: Thomason, Haynes, Van Zale, Clark, Brown, Rawlins, Garton, Robinson, Meeker, Carson, and Hunt. Ollie Robinson, who's enjoying a wonderful summer with England. A bit more blue sky appearing actually over the cathedral, Frank, which is encouraging.
Yeah, it is encouraging. Not usually where the weather comes from. Hudson-Prentice coming into bowl to Tom Fell. First ball is full outside the off stump and left alone by Fell. Been impressed with Hudson-Prentice.
Yes.
He started well. I'm just going to have another look at the replay on this dismissal. Just odd. I think just flicked his pad and he just got too far inside it as he tried to turn it on the leg side. But a very, very unusual dismissal and a bit unfortunate for Jake Libby. 44 for 1. Hudson-Prentice into Fell. Bowls. Fell in behind that, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Mitchell on 12. So he's only faced 29 balls. Libby had dominated the strike really in that opening partnership. Libby out for 28, having faced 41 balls, and the light's pretty good now. It's improved, isn't it? It's a bit better than it was. Lovely bit of blue sky above the cathedral. If you are thinking of coming down, as Adrian was said, don't hesitate, get down here. It's a long winter without any cricket. Prentice bowls again outside the off stump left. Fell fields for that one, and he's taken by the keeper. But it is, isn't it? You know, there's only 3 games left now, and then we'll have another long season, long winter, waiting for the cricket to come back. It's been a long time since the people were allowed into the ground. If you're hesitating, if you're in Worcester, if you're in the area, and you think, shall I go down to the cricket? Get down here. Get down here and enjoy it. If you can't, keep listening to us. Hudson-Prentice again from the New Road end is in, and he bowls to Fell, who pushes defensively back up the pitch. Good over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Wicket maiden, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25 his figures. Crocombe 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. The other bowler used Sarrow, who's been a little bit more expensive. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15 his figures. Worcestershire responding to Sussex's 264 all out. The 1 man out for Sussex today. Carson bowled Leach for 87. Leach finished with 5 for 68. And Worcestershire 44 for 1 in reply after 12 overs.
Listen to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Live from New Road with a bit of blue sky over the cathedrals. Henry Crocombe comes running in and bowls to Darryl Mitchell, who eases that through mid-wicket. There's a misfield there at mid-wicket by Archie Lennon, and it's going to cost Sussex a couple of runs. Hudson-Prentice charges back towards the boundary to prevent the ball going for 4. But it's 2 more runs to Mitchell. Nice little clip through mid-wicket. He goes to 14. And Worcestershire to 46 for 1, as Frank was saying. The man out, Jake Libby, who was bowled by Hudson-Prentice, I think off his pads for 28, given a life off his first ball that he faced, a difficult chance to Jack Carlson at second slip. So I'm sure Jack will be pleased that Libby's on his way. As in comes Crocombe and bowls, and more runs here. It could well be another boundary. In fact, the ball races towards third man, but a good bit of fielding by Harrison Ward, who was back very quickly. A good sliding stop down here at third man prevents anything more than a single, and Mitchell goes to 15. the total to 47 for 1. Still the 2 sticks and a gully in place. Backward point cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The vast majority of the crowd are in the Digley's end of the ground. The sort of cream-coloured, creamy grey-coloured seats at the far end. Green seats around in front of the scoreboard on the cathedral side of the ground. As Henry Crocombe turns and comes running in towards umpire Pratt, past Pratt bowls, and that kept a little low and actually fell. Did well just to keep that one out, and then has a rather suspicious wander down the wicket and does a little bit of gardening, does Tom fell, and there is no run, fielded by James Coles, who is the man with no number, fielding in the gully. And again there is no run. The other umpire is umpire Neil Bainton, standing at square leg. Crocombe already back to his mark, and is on his way again. Bowls, and that is down the leg side, and fell rather than he missed out then, and he rehearses that shot. He was looking to clip that one backward of square on the leg side, but a good diving take by Carter, a young wicket keeper who kept during the 50 over game. Knocked. I was expecting Ben Brown, the former Sussex skipper, to be keeping in this game, but Ben reported to have a hamstring injury. That's why he's not playing in this match. There's Crocombe on his way again. Bowls, and too wide of the off stump, and Fell decides to have nothing to do with that. The ball taken by Carter around about waist high, and there is no
Excuse
run.
me.
No worries. We got up to date with some of the other scores in this Division 3 of the County Championship. These final 4 matches of the season, Frank was saying, will be finished by the end of September. Crocombe again bowls, and that's a better delivery that makes foul play to mid-on, fielded by the very keen Hudson Prentice. I have to say, Sussex are charging around in the field. Good to see sides rattling through their overs. Crocombe 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. Worcestershire 47 for 1. Mitchell on 15. Fell yet to score. And very briefly in the other games in this division, Leicestershire against Kent at Grace Road. That looks like a game that's not going to go anything like 4 days. Kent bowled out for 232. Leicestershire 100 for 8 in reply. And in the game at Lords, Middlesex 263 for 9 against Derbyshire. Middlesex are visitors to Hove next week. Where are you off to next week, Frank?
I'm off to Canterbury on,
lovely.
Drive down on Saturday. Hudson Prentice from the New Road End in and bowls and beats Mitchell with a good one outside the off stump. Real good one. Mitchell felt for that, and he looked suspiciously at the pitch, having missed it. It's gone through to the keeper. Good one to miss, I suspect. And good shape on it from Hudson Prentice, nipped away off the seam. I was very much hoping, Adrian, for 4 days down by the seaside at Hove with you, I must say. One of my favourite places, Hove, and I haven't been there for years. I was saying yesterday, I've happy memories of visiting Sussex for various reasons. One of them is because the first game of county cricket I ever saw anywhere was in Sussex. Hudson Prentice in bowls and Mitchell is forward defensively. Forgive me if you heard me say this yesterday, but in 1966 my mum, who arranged our summer holidays with great precision and sort of preparation, decided that it was the 900th anniversary of the Battle of Hastings, and we would go to Hastings for 2 weeks. We stayed in a B&B because there were lots of events on commemorating the battle, and we visited various sites and so on. It was all very interesting. Hudson Prentice in again from the New Road End, bowls. Mitchell pushes out on the offside, there's no run. But more interesting than any of that for my brother and myself was the fact that our guest house backed on to the cricket ground at Hastings, which is no more.
Yeah, beautiful cricket ground as
Balcony overlooking the ground. There was a women's game on when we first got there, but I was delighted to learn that the second week of our stay was cricket week, and they played Kent and Warwickshire in 2 3-day games, and we went to both of them. Saw Cowdrey get 100, saw MJK Smith get 100. It was absolutely fantastic. For an 8-year-old, Hudson Prentice outside the off stump, taken by the wicket-keeper, 47 for 1, left alone by Mitchell, and it coincided with England's run to the final of the 1966 World Cup, which sadly the final was on the Saturday afternoon, was when we were driving back, so we listened to it on the car radio. Car radios in those days weren't what they are now, and it was all a bit in and out. But those are my memories of '66, and I saw my first ever game, and it was just marvellous, just wonderful memories. Finn Hudson-Prentice moves away from the new red end now, bowls to Mitchell, who lets that go again down the leg side, taken by the keeper. And strangely, things that you find out later, the club that I was associated with as a boy in Solihull, Alton and West Warwickshire, in the Midlands, had a player called Roger Edmonds who actually played in that game. And when I was scoring for the club when I was about 12 years old, I saw him and I thought, goodness me, he was playing in that game at Hastings.
I bet there was a good crowd.
Yeah, fantastic crowd. Yeah, I remember one horrible incident where Hudson-Prentice, and again bowls, Mitchell defends, where a man in the crowd was struck by the ball when MJK Smith hit a 6 and it cut his head open, and it's just on a deck chair, at the side. But yeah, happy days. End of the over here, 47 for 1, Worcestershire replying to 264 from Sussex. And when I played later in the Birmingham League for Kidderminster and Old Hill, and used to play against M&B, Mitchells and Butlers, the Brewers used to have a team in the league, and one of their stalwarts was Graham Warner, who played for Warwickshire and played with fantastic Staffordshire legend really, and scored thousands of runs in minor counties and so on. And got chatting to him one day, and we talked about it, and he told me that was his first class debut, was that game at Hastings in 1966.
In comes Crocombe bowled. That's the best delivery he's bowled, and he lures Tom Fell forward, who's yet to get off the mark, and it just beats the outside edge taken by Carson. No run. What a lovely story.
Yeah, amazing. It's a small world, isn't it, cricket, when you really dig deep down there. Sorry if that's bored everybody who's listening.
It's lovely.
People are switching off left, right.
People have lovely... In fact, earlier on this season we were talking about Hastings cricket ground, and one of our listeners sent in a photograph of the ground. It just looked magnificent. How is that warming up at cover? Dan Ibrahim, I think, is going to come on shortly. In comes Crocombe bowls, and Fell just covers up, plays quietly to backward point, footed by Harrison Ward, and there is no run. Interesting you talk about the 1966 World Cup final, because your mum must have had a better car than my dad, because on that day I remember we'd watched the semi-final at home against Portugal.
Yeah, I watched that in the B&B that we stayed in. Yeah.
And my dad had bought a magazine, like a programme with all the matches for them. We filled in all the scores all the way through, and that wonderful game at Wembley that night, as in comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls, and that's down the leg side. That was a pause delivery taken by Carter, and there is no run. And we were going on holiday on the Saturday, me and my two brothers and mum and dad, and we went up to Cromer in Norfolk.
Ah, yeah.
And I could never understand why Dad, having England got to the World Cup final, subsequently I could never understand why he didn't say, we'll go on the Sunday, but we didn't. We went on the Saturday on his Morris Minor, no radio. And comes Crocombe over wicket bowls, and Fell just covers up, plays it to the gully, and there is no run. And I do remember going through a little market town in Norfolk, Frank, and I remember two things: a lot of people standing outside a television shop watching the game, and then a barber came out with his foam brush, and he wrote on the window of his shop, and I can remember it like it was yesterday, England 2, West Germany 2,
right,
as it went into extra time. And that's how people were following the game. I mean,
amazing.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I don't think my dad knew the final score until we got there, and incredible, really.
Morris Minor. We were in Austin, Cambridge.
Yeah,
it was my dad's company car.
Wow, company car in '66. Your dad must have been doing well.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe bowls, and cut away by Fell to backward point, footed by Ward, and there is no run. Yeah, I can remember the registration number of it as well, Frank.
I can.
How sad are we?
I know. In fact, I was chatting to my sister the other day. I can remember all my dad's cars registrations. Bizarre. I have no idea why. I think because I just waited so often for lifts and saw them coming up the road that I remembered the registrations as they arrived.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Crocombe on his way bowls, and forward comes Fell, who's still yet to get off the mark. He's now placed 14 deliveries. End of good, accurate Henry Crocombe over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4. 7 Worcestershire, 47 for 1. In reply to the Sussex total of 264. Well, how on earth my dad got 3 kids, my mum, him, all the luggage in a Morris Minor? I have no idea.
No. No.
And there was no motorways. I
Well,
mean, I have no idea how long it took to get there. Hours, I should think.
It was with us. It was 4 children, luggage, and a French pen friend. Because my sister's French pen friend came on holiday with us. I remember that I used to sit as the smallest and the youngest. I sat in the front with my mother on the passenger seat with her. So
you did it those days. No seat belts.
No. Anyway, 47 for 1 here, and the predicted bowling change is happening because Dan Ibrahim is coming into the attack at the New Road end to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hudson-Prentice, for me, easily the pick of the Sussex bowlers so far. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. Bowled really well, and possibly could have picked up more than the 1 wicket he did get. And the 1 wicket he did get wasn't with his best ball, really, because it bowled Libby via the pads as he tried to turn it on the leg side, but he bowled some good deliveries. Ibrahim, right arm over the wicket, medium pace, in from the New Road end, starts with the ball just short of a length outside off stump, played defensively on the back foot by Libby. 47 for 1, quite a chunky lad for 17, isn't he, Ibrahim?
Well, it's interesting because if you compare 17-year-olds Archie Lenham and Dan Ibrahim, they don't look the same age. Ibrahim is very, very well built for a 17-year-old, isn't he?
Built,
very muscular build.
He is. And he comes in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Fairly pacey delivery, just on leg stump, turn for a single by Mitchell, who moves on to 16.
He looks a lot older than 17, just his physical appearance.
Yeah, he does. 48 for 1, whereas you wouldn't say that about Lenham. He looks about 14, doesn't he?
Yes, they're completely different, the pair. I'm sure they mentioned it's just the youngest player to ever score a half-century in county championship cricket.
We mentioned that yesterday.
Dan Ibrahim.
He played well yesterday too.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer.
And in he comes now. Straight approach, probably about 20 yards. He's in, bowls, and outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Fell. It's got a nice easy action. Looks as though he bowls it a lively medium. Wouldn't call him quick, but nice easy action. Broad shouldered, probably hits the deck quite hard.
I said a couple of times, Frank, this season, if you were turning up for an under-17s game and you were facing him, you'd probably think he was lightning quick, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, these days, I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, these days that it's increasingly common, but I know what you mean. He comes in now and bowls, and on the back foot, Fell pushes out on the offside. You probably, I think probably find that with the proliferation of gym work now and so on that has come into cricket, that youngsters of 16, 17, certainly the bowlers are doing more and more upper body work, and you're probably finding more bowlers who can hit the deck hard like Ibrahim now, even at a young age. And comes in, and that's just short of a length outside off stump, and hit nicely away on the offside by Fell, but straight to the fielder in the covers, who is Coles, I think, a man with no number, in the sun hat, and no run. We've got a short extra. Hudson-Prentice has gone into a sort of short extra cover position on the drive, really, which is worth a try, I suppose, as Ibrahim comes in again and bowls, but short of a length and pushed away on the offside by Fell, who's still not off the mark, having faced 18 deliveries now. Tidy over from Ibrahim, just 1 run coming off it. Worcestershire replying to Sussex's 264 off 48 for 1.
Had an email in from Chris Hall on sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. And Chris, thanks very much for getting in touch, Chris. He says, great to see Finn Hudson-Prentice back at Sussex and bowling well. My son-in-law was his driving instructor in Burgess Hill. It's good to see so many young players getting a chance to impress. He was born in Haywards Heath, and Burgess Hill not a million miles away, so I wonder what Finn was like at driving. If we get a chance to speak to him, I'll mention that, Chris, a bit later on. But he's not bowling, but he's bowled very nicely, and he certainly looked the most threatening of the Sussex bowlers this morning, as Frank was saying. Half an hour to go to lunch. Henry Crocombe on his way, running in over the wicket bowls, and that did keep low to Mitchell, to keep Cardiff down. I'm just going to cough.
It did keep low, and well, He played at it,
Yes, he did.
but he kind of almost gave up on the shot, really. It's a strange one.
Don't worry, because I coughed, Frank. I think I got a bit of biscuit stuck in my throat.
I'm not worried.
Jack Carson is warming up at second set, so I think we're maybe going to see a bit of off spin as in comes Crocombe bowls and forward comes Mitchell, plays to mid-on, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who aggressively throws the ball to keeper Carter. And there is no runs. Sussex have just stemmed the flow of runs here since Jake Libby was out.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, since Sarrow came off, I think, really. Not that he was massively expensive, but yeah. Update for FM listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester coming. Well, Worcestershire have lost their first wicket in their reply to Sussex's 264. The man out, Jake Libby, bowled via the pad by Finn Hudson Prentice for a very nicely made 28, although he was in fact almost out first ball when he edged one high through the slips down to the third man boundary. Darryl Mitchell has been quite circumspect. He's on 16. He's been joined by Tom Fell, who's yet to get off the mark. This after Sussex lost their final wicket this morning for the addition of 10 runs to their overnight score to be 264 all out. The man out, Carson, for 87, and Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, finishing with 5 for 68. So Worcestershire, in reply to Sussex's 264 in the 17th over, are 49 for 1. As Mitchell is Fell is taken on the pad by that one, which runs away on the leg side, and in comes Crocombe again and bowls outside the off stump to Fell, who leaves this alone, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Carter. He's been pretty tidy in his work so far, the Sussex wicketkeeper, having to deal with balls that have kept a little bit low on occasions at this New Road end, and one or two that have been sprayed down the leg side at the far end when he's been standing at the Diglis end, which have required a bit more athleticism. Crocombe bowls again, over pitch, driven by Fell, but straight back to the bowler who does his own fielding. End of a tidy over from Crocombe, just one run coming from it, 5 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. In fact, it was a maiden, 5 overs, no maidens, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. His figures, and the other bowlers used: Hudson Prentice 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. Sarrow 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. And Dan Ibrahim 1 over, no maidens, 1 run and no wickets. And Ibrahim it is who will continue from the New Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Darryl Mitchell. Mitchell is on 16. Here comes Ibrahim now, bowls, and Mitchell is back and pushing this one out into the covers, fielded there by Coles, and there's no addition to the score. So 2 slips in place, and then we've got backward point, cover, Finn Hudson Prentice on the drive in this sort of short extra cover position, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg, as Ibrahim bustles in again from the New Road end, bowls outside the off stump to Mitchell, who lets that go through to the wicket keeper, and there is no addition. Do get in touch if you'd like to. On Twitter I'm at FrankWatson58, and Adrian is at Adrian Harms, capital A, capital H, ARMS, and there's also BBC Sussex Cricket email account. As in comes Ibrahim again, who's on the back foot, pushes up to mid-off Mitchell, and there's no run. Always interesting to hear. I'm particularly interested to hear from listeners of what they think about the county structure, what should happen next year, whether they think this sort of conference format has worked this year, whether they think these games now are meaningless. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Mitchell, taken by the keeper. Whether you think that these games really, have got any real significance. We're beginning to move into an age one feels in cricket where something has to hang on every game. You know, some prize money or points or, you know, relegation or promotion or qualification for the later stages or something like that. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and Mitchell is forward, defensively pushing out on the offside no run. Whereas I suppose in the old days, both of County Championship 1 Division and 2, you would have situations where towards the end of the season there wasn't you weren't playing for promotion or relegation, you weren't playing for qualification for a later stage of a competition, you were just playing because you liked playing cricket and that's what you did. And county cricket existed for players to enjoy and for people to enjoy watching, as Ibrahim bowls again and Mitchell defends. And it was a case of you know, only one team could win the county championship every year and all the others couldn't, and there might be 3 or 4 in contention towards the end of the season, but the other 14 or 15 were just playing for fun, and nobody seemed to mind. Whereas now you get into that situation and people say, well, you know, if you're not in Division 1 and you're not playing for the big prize, then it doesn't really matter. So interesting to hear your thoughts on that if you would like to get in touch. 49 for 1 the Worcestershire score at the end of that over in reply to Sussex's 264. Mitchell is on 16 and Fell is yet to get off the mark.
Nice
and Adrian's back.
Yeah, nice message from the former chief executive of Sussex County Cricket Club, Zach Tomazzi. Always good to hear from you, Zach. Thank you so much for getting in touch. He says, hi Adrian, greetings from a very hot but extremely present Cyprus. A couple of weeks away and getting set for finals day, where Sussex will be on the 18th of September, of course. Hope to see you there. Thanks again. He says, your commentary is way more enjoyable than the Euro pop music that we are encountering. Lovely to hear from you, Zach, and we'll have to catch up soon and have a nice cup of coffee somewhere and chew the fat. Change of bowling from the Digley's end of the ground. It's going to be Joe Sarrow, who bowled 4 overs. He wasn't expensive, he didn't quite get his range right, and Tom Haynes was pretty quick to whip him out of the attack, and he's now switched ends. I thought we were going to get a bit of spin as well from Jack Carson, and that might happen, but it is going to be Joe Sarrow who's running into bowl to the right-handed Tom Feld, who is still yet to score. And that's a wild delivery by Sarrow that's way outside the off-stump and taken by Carter. Tom Feld has faced 21 deliveries and is yet to score. But it's a 4-day game, so why should he worry? He says Pat's getting used to the pace of the pitch. Comes down, does a bit of gardening, and Sarrow with a real loosener, that first ball of the over. Twirls his arm round above his head. The trees at the far end of the ground are swaying in the breeze. We could do with that Cyprus sunshine here. Zach, as in comes Sarrow bowls, again wide outside the off stump, and a bit of ugly cricket all the way round, really. It was outside the off stump, it kept low. Sarrow nearly fell over in its delivery stride, and a poor bit of keeping by Carter, who let the ball go straight through his gloves. It should have been a bye, but the batsman at the far end, Darryl Mitchell, clearly didn't realise where the ball had gone, because there was certainly 1 run available for a bye. But in the end it goes down as a dot in the scorer's book, and that doesn't tell the story of everything that happened with that delivery. 49 for 1, we're in the 19th over of this Worcestershire reply. Sussex making 264, Jack Carson top scoring with 87, and Sarrow is in and bowls and Fell drives, and that's a new ball and not the first no ball that Joe Sarrow has bowled. I think it's the 3rd. Fell driving the ball into his pads and the ball ricocheting into the offside, and there is no run. Interesting getting an email about Finn Hudson-Prentice's driving instructor in Burgess Hill. Do you remember your driving instructor, Frank?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I had a couple, because I had a few lessons when I first was 17, and then went off to university and didn't really have the chance to pursue it until a bit later. But yeah, I do remember it. Mr. Portland, his name was.
Sarrow again bowls, a well pitched up delivery, but driven into the offside. A good bit of fielding by Harrison Wall at backward point, and again there is no run. Feld's 24th ball without scoring. Sorry, what did he say, David?
Mr. Portland.
Okay.
It was here in Worcester when I was in my first year as a teacher.
Right.
Yeah.
And where were you at university, Frank?
Liverpool.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a good place to go to university.
Yeah, played a bit of cricket up there. Played a bit of cricket in the Liverpool competition at Sefton, and for the university played in the got to the final of the UAU. Played against Exeter, who had Paul Downton and Richard Ellison on their side. Yeah.
In comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls and cut away, and there are going to be Fell's first runs, and a lovely way to get off the mark as well. Off the 25th delivery that he receives. Get a bit of ironic applause around the ground, but I think there was a bit of ironic applause, but also some applause for what was a fine shot.
It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it?
It was.
He was
just
an elegant player, Tom Fell.
Yeah, just outside the off stump, and he played it beautifully away through the covers. Lovely shot. It brings him his opening runs of the innings. He's 4 not up, but also Worcestershire go to 57 for 1. Must have been an exciting time to be in Liverpool, was it? 'Cause I guess Liverpool. Did you used to go to Anfield or Goodison?
Yeah, in my last year when I did 4 years because I did a PGCE. In my last year, I had a flat that was about 200 yards from the Cop.
Oh, wonderful!
Yeah, went to almost every game.
Sarrow in bowls down the leg side. There's a stifled appeal, but the ball hit Tom Fell on the thigh pad as he shows that to the slip cordon. And there is no run. I guess back in the day you could just rock up and pay your entrance money at the turnstile and.
Yeah, we used to say for a home game that we could leave home at 7:10 and be on the Cop by 20 past for a 7:30 kick-off, and then be probably not home but in the pub by about sort of 9:20.
So you were in the Cop when it was swaying.
Yeah, falling down. Yeah. Three of us would start together in the middle, and at the end one would still be there, one would be at the bottom left and the other would be at the bottom right.
Sarrow comes in and bowls, that's 4 more, 2 wide of the off stump, and Tom Fell says thanks very much. And he's a little unhappy with life, just Joe Sarrow. It's outside the off stump, and Fell just smashed that away through the cover. That was a super shot. He goes to 8.
Yeah, your
for
feet didn't touch the ground on the Cop in those days. They really didn't, and it was a great side. I mean, we're talking about Dalgleish and David Johnson and just an incredible Liverpool side in those days.
Did you and some of those great
Emily
European
Hughes.
nights? I
was there on that great European night against Saint Etienne. Yeah,
Cool.
and gates were closed at about 5 o'clock, I think, when
Wow.
David Fairclough came on and scored that incredible late goal.
Sarrow in bowls, and that does keep low to Fell, who does well to dig, and it's another no ball. And poor old Joe Sarrow. Some days you have bad days, don't you? And he's bowled a wide one outside the off stump, and now he's been called for another no ball.
He just hasn't looked happy, has he? Just hasn't looked comfortable. I think, as you said, when he started at this new road end, umpire Neil Bainton had a word with him about his front foot, and it just seemed to disturb him. Same thing's happening now at the far end, and he's just not a happy chappy.
He's remarking his run out as well.
Some grounds don't suit certain bowlers. I don't think there's any rhyme nor reason to it. He just hasn't quite got it right today. Just looks just a bit out of sorts. Bowled some good deliveries.
Sarrow again in and bowls, and that's a much better delivery. It was outside the off stump, and Fell was going to cut that one away through backward point. Ball goes through to Carter. There is no run. End of the over. Worcestershire 63 for 1. Sarrow 5 overs, no made, 0 for 29.
The one downside, perhaps, Adrian, and I'm this just me speaking as a coach, maybe a player is long finished, but the one downside of having a really young team is that when you get a situation like this where a seamer is struggling a little bit, you just haven't got in the side that more experienced seam bowler who can come over to him and say, "Here, mate, try this," or "Don't worry about it. This has happened to me lots of times," etc. And Sarrow's kind of looking around now. He needs that arm around the shoulder, and perhaps there isn't anybody there to give it to him. As Ibrahim starts a new over outside the off stump, left alone by Mitchell, taken by the keeper, 63 for 1.
And I guess Sussex will be hoping that next season, with Steve Finn coming to the club, that maybe that's that kind of father figure who. Yeah. But I agree with you. And it's a very interesting point you make. So I noticed at the end of the over, he sort of wandered to his fielding position. And there wasn't anyone, as you say, just say, never mind, come back after lunch.
They're all thinking it, but there isn't anybody to actually provide that.
Yeah.
Ibrahim in, bowls, and Mitchell covers up, pushes defensively back up the pitch to the bowler, no run.
Funny actually, we were talking about holidays earlier, not me going to Crocombe and you to Hastings. Well, a few years later we went on a family holiday. We went to Torquay to a caravan park, and we were playing. There was a football pitch there, and me and my two brothers were playing football. And my older brother got chatting to this school, very thin, ginger-haired lad from Liverpool.
Oh no. Ibrahim is in, bowls, and Mitchell pushes out on the offside, no run, and I've just mentioned him.
And he was quite useful.
Yeah.
This would have been about 1974, and he used to play football with us, and you know, we'd take turns in goal and that, and this lad would be smacking the ball in, and we thought he's quite handy. And my elder brother got talking to him, and it turned out it was David Fairclough, and he was a youth player on Liverpool's books. And then about 3 years later, lo and behold, he made his Liverpool debut.
He was the original super sub.
He was, yeah,
really.
absolutely.
Ibrahim in again, bowls outside the off stump to Mitchell, left alone by the Worcestershire opener and taken by the wicket-keeper behind the stump. 63 for 1.
I've got a funny feeling, and I may be completely wrong here, that I remember looking in the Sunday newspaper one morning and he'd made his debut, and I think it might have been against Middlesbrough. I may be completely wrong about that. But yeah, how funny that we I do remember him being very thin and wiry.
Well, he was, wasn't he? Yeah.
So there we are.
Fantastic days. Yeah. Great Liverpool side. Ibrahim in, bowls to Mitchell, who is out, caught behind. Feeling for that one. Good delivery, to be fair. Just outside the off stump, pushing at it. Mitchell left him a little bit outside edge, and well caught by a tumbling Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Good catch, and just maybe didn't need to play at it, just a little bit wide, but in that corridor, and a useful wicket for Ibrahim. Darryl Mitchell's innings ends. He made 16, he faced 54 balls, and Worcestershire are 63 for 2. Just underlining, Adrian, what we've been saying almost since the start of the game, that at no point does anybody actually quite look in and look settled on this pitch.
No. Nice bit of bowling by Dan Ibrahim, actually, who's sort of
delivery.
And I don't wish to draw any sort of comparison between he and Joe Sarah. What Ibrahim has to do, he's sort of nibbling the ball around a bit. He's just making the players play. I'm sorry my phone keeps on going off. I've got it on silent, and I can't understand for the life of me why it keeps going off. So I do apologise if you keep getting that noise in the background. It says it's on silent. So silent mode on. So, anyway, a good wicket for Sussex at a useful time. I still think they're quite favourable bowling conditions, Frank, aren't they? You know, the cloud seems to be getting a little lower, sadly. I mean, I hope we're not going to get any rain, but it's
very similar to yesterday, Adrian. I think very similar. We might have an early finish because of light again, but yeah, I agree with you. Bowling has been pretty tidy, apart from Sarro. Ibrahim making the batsman play, and I just feel there just seems to be a bit in the pitch. And what I said yesterday about the pitch perhaps wasn't entirely correct now that we've seen the Sussex team is operating on it. I think it's doing a little bit, and well, it's proved, because neither side have had a succession of batsmen that have ever really got in the game, really. New batsman is Jack Haynes, and he waits now as Ibrahim comes in to bowl to him, and he lets his first ball go outside the off stump. Good delivery, and that one, having passed the off stump, having been left by the batsman, decent leave, then nipped back and was taken by wicketkeeper Carter behind the stump. So good over from Ibrahim, the ball just wobbling around a little bit for him. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1, his figures.
We are going to get some Carson. So Joe Sarro, just that one over, and Tom Haynes has yanked him out of the attack, which is probably the right decision in terms of the way that Sarro just hasn't quite got his range right. But as you say, he's probably left a little bit to stew now at mid-on, and perhaps it's a good job it's not long until lunch. And I'm sure Salisbury or James Kirtley will get his arm around him and say, look, don't worry, just have a better spell after lunch. And sometimes it happens, doesn't it? You come back after lunch and pick up a couple of wickets, and all is right with the world. But we are going to see some Jack Carson, who 34 wickets to his name this season. Ian Salisbury says he's the best off spinner in the country.
Really?
Yep.
Big claim.
Yep. And he's certainly a very fine young cricketer. He's Jack Carson. He's coming in to bowl to Tom Fell, who just picks up a run off the first ball, just clipping that to deep mid-wicket where it's fielded by Ali Orr, who comes... No, it's not Henry Crocombe who comes running into field. The field itself, there's a slip and a short leg of the close fielders. A backward point sweeper on the cover boundary, which I don't really like to see, but anyway, that's just me. A mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and short fine leg. Carson on his way, bowls and forward comes Haynes to his first ball and just plays it, second ball rather, just plays it down the track. There is no... I'm looking forward to watching Jack Haynes bat. A lot of good things about him. He's facing Castle from the Diggler's end. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Haynes and plays to mid-off, fielded by his counterpart Tom Haynes. And they're both spelt exactly the same as well. No, they're not.
No, Jack's with a Y, I'm afraid.
Yes, and Tom is with an I and a Y. Carson in again, bowls, and this time Haynes picks up his first run, comfortably playing that through the gap at mid-wicket to pick up his first runs. He's on his way with a single, and Worcestershire to 65 for 2. I'll tell you my experience of Liverpool University in a minute, Frank, as in comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Fell, clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run, fielded there by Hudson Prentice, who's sporting a sun hat, which that it was needed, because we haven't seen too much of the sun today. But at least we've got dry weather. Carson in again, bowls, and driven by Fell to Tom Haynes, just a run to his left at mid-off to field. There is no run. There's one run. Sorry, what am I talking about? Fell goes to 10. End of the over, 66 for 2. Fell on 10. Haynes on 1. And that over from Jack Carson, costing 3 ones. I went up to Liverpool, probably about 5 years ago now, because my daughter was thinking of going there. We had a look around the university, and while she was looking around and went on a tour, I went for a little walk around Liverpool, and I thought I'd try and find the Cavern Club. Yeah. And I found it. I thought, it's a Wednesday afternoon, there'd be nothing going on down there. But the door was open, and I wandered down the stairs into the club. And it was rocking. I mean, it really was. The place was packed. Loads of people around the bar having a beer. There was a band playing. All these fantastic photographs around the wall. Did you go there, Frank, when you were there?
Yeah, and went there 2 years ago. I'll just explain as this over goes by. Ibrahim bowls, and this is driven by Fell to extra cover, no run. 2 years ago we had a reunion of my PGCE group, so there were 15 of us that became teachers, PE teachers, and some stayed and carried on teaching through their entire careers, others went various directions. We decided to have a reunion, so we did it 2 years ago in October, and we all went back for the weekend, and we had a tour, a Beatles tour as they called it. And they took us to the Cavern Club in its modern guise. Ibrahim bowls, and this is nicely played by Fell off the back foot, straight to Hudson Prentice at cover, and there's no run. It was a wonderful experience. It was a vibrant city then, and it's a vibrant city now. I think, Liverpool, and I've had very happy memories. I had great sporting times at university. I played football and cricket. We won the national football competition 1 year while I was there, lost in the final another year, and lost in the final of the cricket in my last year, as I said, when Downton, who was already a test player, and Richard Ellison both played against us at Reading. Pushing forward is Fell for Exeter University. They were both at.
Richard Ellison was at Exeter,
Richard Ellison was at Exeter, and he swung the ball around in the final. Didn't get me out, but certainly played and missed a few times. Downton played well. They had a very good Australian, whose name I can't remember, who was the difference between the two sides, I think. Brad somebody or other. Anyway, happy memories.
Yeah.
66 for 2. Dan Ibrahim, moving away from us now. Number 40 on his back, bowls to Fell, who's half forward, pushes this out on the offside. Hudson Prentice fields in the covers, and there's no run. If you're just joining us, people do just join us all the time. Sussex today resuming on their overnight, 254 for 9. Added 10 runs to that before they lost their last wicket. It was Carson bowled by Leach for 87, leaving Joe Sarrow unbeaten, although he didn't score. Leach finished with 5 for 68, so Worcestershire, in reply to Sussex's 264, are 66 for 2, as Ibrahim is in to Fell, who works this one away on the onside, and there's no run, fielded by Lenham at mid-wicket. The two men out, Jake Libby, who made 28 before being bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice via the pad for, as I say, 28. That was 44 for 1 in the 11th over, and that became 63 for 2 in the 20th over when Dan Ibrahim removed Darryl Mitchell. Nicely caught by a tumbling Ollie Carter behind the stumps for 16. 66 for 2 now as Ibrahim is in from the New Road end and bowls to Fell, who drives sweetly, nicely up to mid-on, but straight to Joe Sarrow, the fielder, at mid-on, and no addition to the score. Fell has 10, Haynes has 1, and it's 66 for 2.
Nice little spell this by Dan Ibrahim. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1. And Worcestershire did start off at a rate of knots. They were 44 after 11 overs. Now 66 for 2 after 22 overs, so not that that's particularly relevant in terms of the way the game's going. What it can tell you is that Sussex have kept things pretty tight in the last 45 minutes. It's going to be Jack Carson, might be the last over before lunch.
10 past 1 lunch today.
Oh, of course, I'm sorry, because we've got overs to be made up. Yeah, my apologies. Not the last over before lunch. Slipping a short leg in place. Carson on his way. The light seems to be improving a shade, as well as Carson is in and bowls, and leaning forward is Haynes, who plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Hudson-Prentice, and there is no runner. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary. Mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg as in comes Carson bowls, and forward was Haynes. I just thought for a moment he'd played that too early and almost gave a return catch to Carson. It wasn't, but it was a mistimed shot by Haynes, who remains on a single. Carson already back to his mark. Comes it off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paces and bowls, and forward comes Haynes, and Carson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. He played for the County Select 11 earlier on this season against India up at Durham, did Jack Carson, and spent a bit of time bowling to Virat Kohli in the nets, which he thoroughly enjoyed. He's in again, nice high action bowls, and again work down the ground with spin. He lacks nothing for enthusiasm, just Jack Carson. He comes herring across and dives and fields off his own bowling and prevents a single being taken. I think Hudson-Prentice would have prevented it anyway. He's fielding at a straightish mid-wicket. Jack's enthusiasm meant he was very keen to get to the ball. Carson already in again. Bowls, nicely flighted delivery, and clips to Hudson-Prentice, who misfields. That's a little harsh, probably, to be fair, because it was to his left, and he dived across. He got a left hand to the ball and helped it on his way, sort of parried it down to long on, where Joe Sarrow completed the fielding, and Haynes goes through for his second run, and Worcestershire to 67 for 2. One more ball to go with Jack Carson's second over. Tom Fell does a little bit of gardening. If he realises this is it's not lunch at one, it looked like he was perhaps trying to just waste a bit of time as Carson's in and bowls, and Fell just plays straight back down the track. Let's see if he does at the end of this over. Oh, was it a no ball?
Yeah, it was.
It was a no ball. Unusual for a spinner to bowl a no ball. However, he did. The total advances. And Carson is in again. Over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Haynes. Plays quietly straight back down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling. It is the end of the over, and Worcestershire are 69 for 2. Haynes on 2, Fell on 10. Carson 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. And I suspect we're going to see Daniel Ibrahim bowl right through until lunch. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1 for Dan Ibrahim, who's bowled a really good spell here from the New Road end of the ground.
Yeah, he has, and I like the look of Carson as well. First time I've seen him bowl. He's pretty conventional off-spinners action. Doesn't do a great deal with his front arm, but really gives it a rip. You can tell that, and he's landed every one. He's got the ball pretty much in the right area all the time. Very impressive start. Ibrahim in, bowls outside the off stump to Haynes, who lets this go through to the keeper. 69 for 2. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing Archie Lenham. I've seen a little bit of him on TV, and just exciting to see young cricketers coming through, and particularly a wrist spinner who's got the confidence to throw the ball up in senior cricket, as Lenham has proved he has. Fantastic prospect. Ibrahim in bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Haynes. Straight back to the bowler though, no run. Nicely timed shot. Haynes also an exciting young prospect. But Lenham really another one who's well, interesting. I had a long chat with Dean Headley this morning, who is the match referee for this game. Former teammate of mine, former pupil of mine from my teaching days at Royal Grammar School, Worcester. Ibrahim in bowls outside the off stump. Haynes leaves. And Dean now a teacher himself at Stamford School, where he runs the cricket. We had a long chat this morning for the podcast that I do with Dave Bradley called I'd Rather Be a Pair, which will be up and online very soon. And yeah, we were just talking about young players coming in, and we were talking about the burden. At one stage Dean talks about the burden of having a big name. I'll explain what I mean in a minute, as Ibrahim is in bowls, and that's driven by Haynes on the offside. So if you're Jack Haynes and your dad Gavin played for Worcestershire, that's one thing. If you're Brett D'Oliveira and your dad Damien played for Worcestershire and your granddad Basil was one of the most famous names in the sport, that's one thing. If you're Archie Lenham and your dad Neil played for Sussex and your granddad Les played for Sussex, that's another thing. If you're Dean Headley and your dad Ron, break off as Ibrahim bowls to Haynes, and your dad Ron played for Worcestershire in the West Indies, but your granddad is one of the most famous cricketers in history, that's a burden. And we did talk about whether it's more difficult or easier for a player with a name like that, like Cowdrey or something like that, to make it in the game. And I won't give away what Dean says. You have to listen to the podcast if you want to hear that, but it's interesting stuff. As Dan Ibrahim comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and Haynes just almost falls over this one, squeezes it up to mid-off, slightly false shot, end of the over. Haynes has 2, Fell has 10, 69 for 2, and lots of other quite interesting and amusing stuff in the chat that Dave Bradley and I had with Dean Headley this morning, including a very, very funny story about Phil Edmonds from his days with Middlesex. Adrian's with me still. Lunch is not till 1:10 past 1. There'll be an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners on FM coming very soon. And there we are, right on cue. We're just waiting here at New Road for a slightly delayed lunch. Lunch will be taken at 1:10 past 1 today, owing to time lost yesterday. Worcestershire have lost their second wicket in reply to Sussex's 264. Darryl Mitchell, the second man out. He was well caught behind the wicket by Ollie Carter off Dan Ibrahim for 16. Prior to that, Jake Libby had been bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 28. So Worcestershire in reply to Sussex's 264 with lunch 5 minutes away. Haynes on 2, Fell on 10, they're 69 for 2.
As in comes Carson and bowls to Fell, who eases that down to long on, fielded by Joe Sarrow. There is no run. You were talking about Archie Lenham, who's now going through a warm-up routine. I wonder whether he might be going to bowl.
Just have one before lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to keep Ibrahim on. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1 for Dan Ibrahim, who's just nipped the ball around a little.
Bowled really well, hasn't he? I can't remember a bad ball, really.
Yeah, because Archie Lenham is warming up, so we might get a bit of leg spin before the break. In comes Carson. Look at bowls, get it plenty of flight, does Jack Carson. Clipped through mid-wicket by Haynes. They've taken 1 and that's all. They'll take a bit of fielding out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Henry Crocombe, who was very quickly round to prevent anything more than a single. Haynes to 3, Fell to 11. 71 for 2. What's interesting with Archie Lenham is that Sussex have really trusted him, and I'll give you a good example of that in a moment, Frank, as in comes Carson. From the Digley's end, over the wicket, bowls, and he's caught. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Well, I said that Harrison Ward was a really fine fielder, and that is a quite brilliant catch short leg. It was a nicely flighted delivery by Carson. It was turned onto the leg side by Tom Fell. And Harrison Ward, who is in really close at short leg, just got down and caught that inches off the ground at short leg to his left-hand side. And that was as good a catch as you'll see at short leg. That was a brilliant piece of fielding by Harrison Ward. And what a time for Sussex to pick up a wicket. Worcestershire 71 for 3. And Fell is on his way for 11. And that was terrific.
Yeah, really good catch. Really top draw stuff from Harrison Ward. And Tom Fell, well, you could tell he just looked dismayed as he walked off. Don't really expect that to happen. He played the ball down, got on top of it, but low left-handed reaction catch at short leg from Wood, just sort of stuck his left hand out. He's a big man too.
Yes, he is.
So he's not the obvious short leg fielder, but it's all about standing still and looking at the front pad when you're at short leg, and that's where it's going to come from. Stand still, look at the front pad and just wait for a reaction, and he's seen it and got the left hand out. Great catch.
Well, it really was, and I was saying that he was consistently in the 50 over competition Sussex's best fielder. He's got a very good arm and he's very quick around the boundary. I mean, his role in the side is to score runs, and that'll be a concern because he hasn't really made the runs, but in terms of his fielding attributes, that was that was brilliant. Yeah, just talking about Archie Lenham, there was a game down at Cardiff in the T20 earlier on this summer where Dan Douthwaite, who does give the ball a bit of a tap for a Glamorgan, was just threatening to launch an assault on the Sussex bowling, and Luke Wright had absolutely no hesitation. Turned round, chucked the ball to Archie Lenham. First ball, he chucked the ball up in the air. Lovely flighted delivery. Douthwaite decided to hit him out of the ground, hit it straight down the throat of Long On, and that just said to me everything that of Luke Wright's way that he wants. You know, total faith in Archie Lenham, and you know, I'm sure he'll play at finals day as well.
Yeah,
at Edgbaston in a couple of weeks' time. So he's a really exciting young prospect.
Yeah.
But so's this young man, Jack Carson. That's his 35th wicket of the season. And I think there'll be a few more to come before we finally wrap up at the end of September. D'Oliveira is a new batsman, as in comes Carsten Bowles, and D'Oliveira just plays that quietly into the offside. And Ollie Carter nips from behind the stumps to field. And there is no run. The slip on the short leg is still in place. Carson shining the ball vigorously on his trousers. Waits and is in again over the wicket. Bowles, and D'Oliveira plays with soft hands to backward point, fielded there by James Coles. It is the end of the over. I think it's going to be a bit of Archie Lenham. You know, we've got a couple of minutes to go until the lunch break. Worcestershire 71 for 3. Haynes on 3. D'Oliveira yet to score. The wicket shared around. One for Ibrahim, one for Hudson Prentice, one for Jack Carson, and you're going to get a little look at Archie Lenham. Yeah,
well, I've been looking forward to this. I really have. And, you know, as you said, if you compare him to Dan Ibrahim, they're both 17. He looks about 14, and Ibrahim looks about 20. And I don't mean any disrespect to either of them by that, but I think, you know, it's just extraordinary to see such a young-looking lad playing at this level. But it's all about skills, isn't it? And he proved with the bat yesterday. He looked unflappable, looked a well-organised player, and if he's got the skills, he can play at this level. And he's certainly proved already that he's got the skills with the ball, and he's going to be bowling to Jack Haynes now. The last over before lunch, he comes in from the New Road end and bowls, and his first ball is pretty quick, pretty flat, and turned on the leg side by Haynes for a single to mid-wicket. Good start though. Wrist spinny, you want to land it, don't you? First 2 or 3, just land them. Haynes just having a little chat with D'Oliveira. Leg spinner himself, of course, Brett D'Oliveira. Perhaps not as conventional a leg spinner as Lenham, from what I've seen. Brett D'Oliveira has tended to bowl, particularly in white ball cricket. They've done a good job this year in red ball cricket, but he's not a massive spinner of the ball. He's tended to fire it through fairly quickly and a bit flatter than Lenham. Lenham's more of a sort of traditional leg spinner, from what I've seen on TV. Anyway, here he is from the New Road end. He bowls, and that one's quite full and driven by D'Oliveira. Gets a single as captain Haynes moves to his left, mid-off, and D'Oliveira off the mark with that one, and it's 73 for 3. Lenham wearing number 41, very youthful figure, just in from the New Road End and bowls a lovely flighted delivery to Haynes. That one outside the off stump. Haynes drives with the spin out to the sweeper on the cover boundary and picks up a single. Lenham was a little bit excited about that. He quite liked to see Haynes driving at that wideish one, I think. Got it in the middle of the bat though, and he moves to 5. 74 for 3 as Lenham is in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside. Again, good start from Lenham. Landed everyone in this over so far. Presume he's got a googly, Adrian, and I don't think he'll necessarily bowl it in this first over. But these two won't have played against him.
No, and that's absolutely
the novelty value, isn't it, at this stage? And he comes and bowls, and that might have been the googly, I think, and it's a full toss. He's overdone it, and D'Oliveira's punched it away through mid-wicket for 4. So I said he wants to land it, and that's the first one that he hasn't landed. And it was quite a big full toss actually. I'm just looking at the replay to see if I can see whether it was a googly. And yeah, no, I can't really tell from that one. But anyway, it's gone to the boundary. D'Oliveira goes to 5, where he joins Jack Haynes. And here we go, last ball before lunch, I think. He bowls, and this one's a little bit short, and it's whipped away on the leg side for 4 more by D'Oliveira. Nicely timed. Archie Lenham kicks the ground in annoyance. Wishes he hadn't bowled that last over before lunch, probably, because it went for 11 runs, and Worcestershire at lunch are 82 for 3. Jack Haynes has 5. Brett D'Oliveira has 9. The 2 men out. Libby for 28. 3 men out, I beg your pardon. Libby for 28. Mitchell for 16, and Fell for 11. Earlier today, Sussex 264 all out. Carson the man out for 87. Leach finishing with 5 for 68. So there we are. That's the lunchtime situation, Adrian. Quite an interesting morning.
Yeah, it's been fun. I was just looking at Archie Lenham when he played her in the 50 over game. He picked up 3 for 53. So 1 or 2 of them would have seen Archie Lenham bowl. But we'll wait to see how he bowls in the after lunch. But I think this game is pretty even, Stephen. Sussex, I think, they've got the runs on the board, Frank, which you always like, but shortish boundaries, and 2 fine batsmen at the crease in Haynes and so I guess we'll have a little breather, Frank, and come back after lunch.
We will indeed. If you've been listening to us this morning, thank you very much. Do join us again when play resumes, which will be at around about 1:50. Yesterday, he's in his 19th over, 1 for 61, comes in now, bowls. This one again is leg side-ish, and it's clipped beautifully by Carson through mid-wicket for 4. Most things running away.
Little natter there to Jake Libby, who's fielding at mid-off. Leach in again, bowled. Carson is bowled, and that's the end of Jack Carson. Bowled, his leg stump is rocked back.
Just on the pavilion side of the middle.
Prentice in bowls and driven by Mitchell nicely, and he's going to get 4 runs. Slightly overpitched by Hudson Prentice, and a nice looking shot between point and cover, and the ball races away. The best view didn't appeal. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and should be caught, and he's put down at second slip, and that was a chance to Jack Carson. It was high to his right hand side, but catchable.
150, played really well. Here's Joe Sarrow again, in from the New Road End, bowls to Libby, who times that one beautifully off his hips, just past the diving field.
Since then, he's not really posed a threat. In comes Hudson Prentice, who bowls. That's a nice looking shot, not timed through the covers, but it's going to race away. Could go all the way to the boundary. Ibrahim is after it, but he can't stop it.
Hot lines, aren't they, throughout the day?
Yeah. Hudson Prentice again, bowls and edge and goes past. Now that wasn't a chance. It was played into the ground by Libby, and Jack Carson at second slip sort of dived
just in front of slip, but could easily have carried. He's in again, he bowls, and this one again just reinforces that point, really. I don't think we can class it as a chance.
Without loss. Sussex is 264 all out. Henry Crocombe running in from the Digley's End, bowls, clipped away down to fine leg, and that's 4 runs, and that's a nice shot by. Impressed
everybody here at New Road with his demeanour, his approach in all forms. Hudson Prentice in, and he's got him actually. Oh, there you go. God.
64, Jack Carson top scoring with 87. And Sarrow is in and bowls and fell drives, and that's a new ball.
Outside.
Yeah. In comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls and cut away, and there are going to be Fell's first runs and a lovely way off the mark as well. Off the 25th delivery that he receives. Get a bit
in the middle, and at the end, one would still be there, one would be at the bottom left, and the other would be at the bottom right.
Sarrow comes in and bowls. That's 4 more, 2 wide of the off stump, and Tom Fell says thanks very much. And he's a little unhappy.
Yeah. Great Liverpool side. Ibrahim in, bowls to Mitchell, who is out, caught behind. Feeling for that one. Good delivery, to be fair.
Frank, as in comes Carson. From the Digley's end, over the wicket, bowls, and he's caught! That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Well, I said that Harrison Ward was a
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume on day 2 of this LV County Championship Division 3 game between Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire resuming after lunch on 82 for 3. The not out batsman Jack Haynes on 5, Brett De Oliveira on 9, Haynes on strike, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe bowling from the Diglis end. Right arm over the wicket to Jack Haynes. 3 slips. The close catches. Cover point, cover, and mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg the field. Crocombe in, bowls, and Haynes is forward, pushing this out into the covers. And there's no run as it's fielded by Dan Ibrahim, who picked up his first wicket this morning, the second of the innings when he had Daryl Mitchell caught behind by Ollie Carter for 16. And then just before the interval, Tom Fell brilliantly caught at short leg by Harrison Ward off the off spinner Carson for 11. In comes Crocombe again, over pitching on Haynes' leg stump and clipped away on the leg side for 4, just behind square by Jack Haynes. Lovely shot, nicely timed. I mean, to be fair, over pitched on leg stump, meat and drink to any professional batsman worth his salt, and Haynes is certainly that, and he played it very nicely away to the square leg boundary. He goes to 9, and Worcestershire to 86 for 3. And Crocombe in again to Haynes now from the Diglis end, bowls, and this one is full, and Haynes drives but doesn't really time it, and the bowler gets down well to his left to do his own fielding. So this morning we saw Sussex resuming on their overnight score of 254 for 9. They added 10 runs to that before losing their last wicket. Carson, the man, out for 87, 264 all out. Just break off as Crocombe is in once more and bowls short to Haynes, who smashes this out on the offside and uppishly, and there was a brilliant attempt at a diving catch at cover point, and fielder there just looking to see who it is. I think it's Harrison Ward. Dive full length, got a hand to it. He really cracked it, Haynes, and he's in a bit of pain and is probably going to need some attention from physio, one imagines, at the end of this over. They got a single after the half catch, as it were, but would have been a magnificent effort. So D'Oliveira on strike, and Crocombe down the leg side to D'Oliveira, who flicks that down to fine leg for 4, nicely timed off his hip by Brett D'Oliveira. Lovely little leg glance, the sort of shot we were talking about being a trademark of Daryl Mitchell earlier this morning when he played it too, and that one's gone racing down to the boundary. So quite an expensive over this from Crocombe. Worcestershire now 91 for 3. 9 runs so far off this over, 1 ball left in it. The first over after lunch. Haynes has 10, D'Oliveira's moved on to 13, and here comes Crocombe again from the Diglis end. He bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside off the back foot, thinks about a single but decides against it as the Sussex captain Tom Haynes comes up from mid-off to do the fielding. So the end of the over, the first after the interval, a lively one from Crocombe, but 2 boundaries in it, and Worcestershire making decent progress now, 91 for 3. In response to Sussex's 264. Overcast here at New Road. Chilly day. Has been pretty much like this since the very start of the match, and only a hardy few souls really in the ground. I don't know what the crowd is, 200-300 maybe, but they're wrapped up against the chill. What little blue sky we saw this morning has disappeared. Light, if anything, has worsened. It's very similar to yesterday, and feeling that it might end up in a bad light scenario like yesterday did. Finn Hudson-Prentice is beginning the attack from the New Road end after lunch, and he starts with a half volley which Jack Haynes drives very sweetly, but unfortunately straight to the fielder at mid-off. Lovely shot from Haynes, beautifully timed, but unable to find the gap on the offside, and consequently he remains on 10. Finn Hudson-Prentice picked up the first wicket this morning, that of Jake Libby. Comes in again now, strides in, bowls to Haynes, who works this nicely through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 2 runs as it's pursued by Crocombe down to the mid-wicket boundary, picked up just inside the rope, and Haynes moves on to 12. Hudson-Prentice returning to Sussex after where he began his career after a spell with Derbyshire, on loan at the moment, but that will be, we understand, turned into a permanent deal when the season ends. Nobody quite sure why he's made that change, but in he comes now. Bowls, and Haynes is forward, pushing out on the offside. There's no run. He has a really good athletic approach to the crease, Hudson-Prentice. Quite long striding approach, and he's quite an athlete, I think. Decent batter, bowling all-rounder I suppose we'd call him, but quite a loss for Derbyshire, and one that Sussex will be glad to have back, particularly with the announcement of Chris Jordan moving back to Surrey, where he also began his career. Here's Hudson-Prentice again, striding in, as I say, bowls, and that one's a good length delivery on off stump, and Haynes just on his toes on the back foot, pushes out square on the offside, and again there is no run. 93 for 3 then. Worcestershire with Haynes 12, D'Oliveira 13, and 3 slips also in place for Hudson-Prentice, who turns again now wearing the number 33, striding in, really long striding, easy approach, bowls, big follow through as Haynes is forward and pushing out on the offside. He could play a big part, couldn't he? Just thinking about it, Hudson-Prentice returning to Sussex with the loss of Jordan and the development of this young side. He could actually play quite a big part, couldn't he, as an all-rounder in the next few years?
Yeah, and I saw him a couple of years ago when I hadn't seen Finn since he'd left Sussex, and he was up at Derbyshire. Sussex went up there and played and got well beaten actually by Derbyshire a couple of years ago. I was impressed by how well he bowled.
He's in again now and bowls a little bit shorter to Haynes. That's a
Shot.
lovely shot though. That really is a top class shot. Short of a length, outside off stump, and Haynes on the back foot, a punch through extra cover. High left elbow, bat perfectly straight, an absolutely superb, technically efficient shot from Jack Haynes for 4 through extra cover. As good a shot as I've seen in the whole game in terms of technique, I think that one. 16 to him, 97 for 3, and an update for FM listeners on BBC Avon Worcester coming shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a brilliant catch, wouldn't it, by Harrison Ward at Backwall Point, so just after lunch. I mean, you're loath to call an effort like that a chance, really, because he almost made it into a chance, diving full length. What was interesting, he was annoyed he didn't hang on to it. Nonetheless, runs could come quickly here, because they are relatively short boundaries, aren't they? And certainly these two have showed a bit of attacking intent since lunch. And we shall see how things go. It's got a bit gloomy, hasn't it? I mean, the lot's still perfectly playable, but those sort of blue patches of cloud have gone. Crocombe in bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and plays to Hudson-Prentice at mid-on, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. I was also thinking around the journalist next door. Does anyone know exactly what the prize money is on offer for this third division? And
well, I don't.
And nobody seems to know, and nobody seems to know where to find out that information. So it's strange, really, isn't it? As Crocombe in again bowls, and D'Oliveira just helps out around the corner. He's very quick between the wickets. Is D'Oliveira? He was thinking about a second, but Sarrow was very quickly in. In fact, that's being signalled as a leg by, so it didn't come off the bat. Sarrow quickly round, gets in the throw. Total advances by 198 for 3. You can see the numbers on the scoreboard are shining quite brightly now. Let's hope that, it is quite breezy, so hopefully any dark cloud blows away and we'll stay on for the best part of the day. Still 71 overs to be bowled today, making up some overs from yesterday. Crocombe in bowls, and that's a good delivery. Pacey delivery by Crocombe. And Haynes played it well, actually. He was thinking of cutting the ball, then at the last minute decided to take the bat out of the line, watch the ball all the way through into the gloves of keeper Carter, and there is no run.
Yes, good. Talking about the scoreboards, my favourite one, I think. And I don't think I'm biased on this, but some scoreboards are a bit too busy.
Yes,
a bit too much on them. Some don't have enough.
Crocombe in bowls, and he very nearly breached Jack Haynes's defences there. He was forward, the ball came off an under edge, and I thought for a minute he was bowled or he was going to play on, but either way. He survives, but Crocombe for a moment thought he was in business. Yeah,
and some scoreboards don't give you enough, and some it's not spread out well enough. And this one just seems to, for me, have everything that you want and nicely set out, and yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Shows Crocombe 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 16 as he's running in from the Diggler's end. Bowls us down the leg side, and it's been a little bit of a feature of Henry Crocombe's bowling. He's bowled a couple of good deliveries and then a loose delivery, and that was loose down the leg side, and all that Haynes needed to do was just step inside the line and help the ball around the corner for a boundary, and the applause around the ground is because the 100 is up for Worcestershire, 102 for 3. Haynes goes to 20. And the ball now has to be sanitised. It's been retrieved by Joe Sarrow, and umpire Bainton cleans the ball. And it will make its way back to Henry Crocombe. 102 for 3. Haynes on 20, D'Oliveira on 13. The batsman out, Mitchell for 16, Libby for 28, Fell for 11, a wicket, 1 apiece for Ibrahim, Finn Hudson-Prentice, a Jack Carson courtesy of a wonderful catch at short leg by Harrison Ward. Crocombe in again, bowls, lovely shot by Haynes. That's a quality shot. I mean, it's slightly over pitched by Henry Crocombe, but with a high left elbow, it was just punched through the offside by Jack Haynes. That was a wonderful shot. He goes to 24, 106 for 3.
Yeah, superb, wasn't it? That from Jack Haynes, one of the best shots we've seen for a while. And just talking about that update, which is imminent for Hereford and Worcester. Hope it is, anyway.
Sounds like music.
Yeah, certainly some music coming through from the studio. Yeah, lovely shot from Haynes, though. 24 now to him. D'Oliveira 13, 106 for 3. And 2 highly impressive shots from Jack Haynes in the last few minutes. And we've lost our music.
Spice Girls, wasn't it?
I don't think it was. I think.
All Girls Allowed.
It was Girls Allowed, yeah. Showing our age.
Yeah.
Or the fact that we've got daughters. 106 for 3. Hudson-Prentice from the New Road end bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out on the offside. The 2 o'clock update is the one that's often sacrificed for other things. I think that might have happened on this occasion. We won't worry about it. 106 for 3. Had a tweet from Nikki Worcester, who often tweets me. She's an avid listener and also an avid walker, and often tweets and tells me she's listening while she's walking. In comes Hudson-Prentice and bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives nicely on the offside, gets a single as Tom Haynes has to move to his left at mid-off to do the fielding. 107 for 3. D'Oliveira goes to 14. And sometimes at the weekend she's doing these very big long distance walks around the Severn Valley, or well, anywhere around the Midlands really. I think she works in London though, and today she's at work presumably, or got a break. It says listening from London, and we have got an update. Hello, yes, Worcestershire 107 for 3 in response to Sussex's 264. They've just been back out for about 3 overs after lunch. Jack Haynes is looking in very good touch, just hit 2 beautiful boundaries. He's on 24, Brett Dolivera's on 14, and Worcestershire in the 30th over with 70 left in the day. If the light holds, are responding, as I say, to Sussex's 264, and they are 107 for 3. And Nicky often is doing these big walks and extraordinary how many miles she'll walk in a day while listening to us.
Shot.
Another fantastic shot from Jack Haynes here. Over pitch from Hudson Prentice on leg stump, punched down the ground. Looks in great touch, the Worcestershire youngster. That takes him to 28, and it's 111 for 3. And a really, really lovely shot. Third beautiful boundary from Haynes. Nicky today says, listening from London on a walk. Nothing exotic. High Barnet to Golders Green. So there we are. Always on the move.
Yeah.
Here's Hudson Prentice again. Bowls to Haynes, and another run for him here as he tucks this one on the onside. Picks up a single. Crocombe does the fielding at mid-wicket. They have to hurry, but the dreaded Nelson is removed from the board. 112 for 3. Haynes goes to 29.
Well, that was a quality shot, wasn't it? Through mid-on, beautifully played. I mean, they talk about right-handers and shots that shows that someone is a quality player.
Yeah.
And that was beautiful. He gave Surrow no chance at all at mid-on.
Yeah, the punch off the back foot through extra cover, beautiful. The cover drive, wide half volley, superb. And that one, absolutely magnificent. There's maybe only one shot, I think, that technicians regard as even better. As Hudson Prentice is in and bowls to Oliver. Lets that go through to the keeper end of the over, 112 for 3, and that's the same shot down the ground between the bowler and mid-on, but off the back foot with a high left elbow, and maybe with the right hip cleared so that the bat comes down perfectly straight. And that, if you see somebody play a shot like that, you think, yeah, this guy can really play. But I don't think there's much doubt about Jack Haynes' pedigree. He's a very, very fine player. Yet to get a first-class 100. He's been out for 87, run out at the non-striker's end when the bowler got a hand to a straight drive at Edgbaston, and then out for 97, I think, here against Derbyshire when he hammered a long hop straight, well, not straight, out to deep square leg and was brilliantly caught on the boundary. So the elusive 3 figures in first-class cricket still awaits. He's made 100, as I say, in white ball cricket earlier in the year at Chelmsford, and it went on to make 150. But he's a fine young player, and I hope I haven't just put the mockers on him like I did earlier on.
There's been a few here, hasn't there? I mean, I was thinking about Joe Clark when he was here.
Yeah.
Tom Kohler Cadmore.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some good young batsmen have come out of Worcestershire. So, Jack Carson back into the attack. It's going to be his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 8 as he comes into bowl to Haynes, who works this to mid-wicket, fielded by Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, it's keeping them, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's
for,
the thing.
For the smaller counties, it's keeping those players. Clark gone to Notts, Kohler Cadmore to Yorkshire.
And it just makes you wonder, doesn't it? You know, there's been a lot of speculation in the press about how difficult it's going to be for the inverted commas smaller counties to hang on to players with the 100, etc. going on as Carson comes in and bowls, turned by Haynes into the onside, picks up a single through mid-wicket, fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Henry Crocombe, who comes welling in. One more to Haynes, he goes to 30, and Worcestershire to 113 for 3. Sort of grey afternoon here, but dry at New Road as a pigeon flutters into the roof of the stand just above us. And Carson is in again, bowls, and hits on the pad. That's a good shout from Jack Carson. Just playing slightly across the line there, Brett Dolivera, looking to play it on the leg side. Perhaps just going down the leg side, but we're looking over the head of first slip here, so we're not directly in line, but even from this angle it looked a decent shout from Jack Carson, who's on his way again. Bowls, and Dolivera plays this 2 short fine legs. A misfield by Archie Lennon, which is going to cost Sussex a run. A diving effort by Lennon. He dove over the top of the ball and he's annoyed with himself. Nonetheless, Dolivera is able to come back for a couple of runs. He goes to 16 and Worcestershire to 115 for 3. The light isn't great, it has to be said. it's perfectly playable. If you're playing in a club game, you wouldn't even be worried about it. But the clouds are getting lower. Carlson again. In and bowls. Dolivier's down the wicket, and he's decided he's had enough of this, and he smashes the ball over long on, and that's gone all the way for 6. No, it's not. It's gone for 4. Just bounced one step over the rope. I thought it had gone for 6 runs, but good shot. The mid-on was up, and he decided. I think as an off-spinner, sometimes you don't mind that. If you see a batsman coming down the wicket and having a go at you, well, that's okay.
Yeah, calculated by D'Oliveira, I think.
Now I hope. No,
will the mid-on drop back?
Well, if they give Jack Carson out his way, he wouldn't. And he hasn't either. I think Tom Haynes came across and said to Jack Carson, do you want him back? And I think probably Jack said, no, I don't. He's bringing him in even further. Good. I like to see that. Carson in again. Bowls. And D'Oliveira works this onto the leg side. Another good stop by Harrison Wall, just fielding at short leg. And there is no run. End of the over. 119 for 3. Haynes on 30. D'Oliveira on 20. The reason I say I like that, Frank, is I think if you're a spinner and someone comes down the track and decides to hit you over the top, that's fair enough. And he might do it a couple of times, but he might not do it a third. And I think sometimes skippers are a bit too quick to, he's been hit for 4. Let's put someone back. Or is that just me?
No, I think that's right. I mean, as a batsman, I would often think with an off spinner, if he's not turning, it's not a pitch that's turning a great deal, and he's got his field up. I'll think, well, I'll go down and hit him back over the top and try and make him put that man back, and then I can just go down and milk him and start taking that one down to long on, and then it becomes a game of nerve between the bowler or the captain and the batsman. Do you keep him up and concede another 1 or 2, but perhaps get the batsman to take a risk that he wouldn't otherwise take? That's all part of the game, really.
No.
D'Oliveira, a calculated shot though on that occasion, no doubt about that. Here's Hudson Prentice bowling to Haynes outside the off stump, left alone and taken by the keeper. But I think it's different in a red ball game as well, because in a 50 over game or a shorter game, if you hit him over the top, captain's under more pressure to get the fielder back to stop the boundaries. Whereas you can play a longer game here in terms of that little contest within a contest. You can allow it to run on for a bit longer, is what I mean, than you can in a shorter game. Finn Hudson Prentice in again. Past umpire Bainton, bowls down the leg side to Haynes, who leans inside this, looks to get a bat on it, but misses it, and it's taken by Ollie Carter, moving away to his legs. Must say Carter, been very tidy so far, behind the stumps, and it's 119 for 3. Haynes on 30, D'Oliveira on 20. The men out for Worcestershire today: Libby 28, Mitchell 16 and Fell 11. Hudson Prentice once more is in. He bowls short to Haynes, who gets inside this and works it very nicely down to long leg. Archie Lenham is the fielder down there, and they only get a single as Lenham moved smartly round to his left. Lenham fielding at long leg at that end of the ground and behind square leg at this end of the ground. Sort of thing you never used to see happen.
No.
Always used to be mid on one end, fine leg the other, third man one end, mid off the other. But these days, even one day cricket, you get the specialists, they go from long on to long on, don't they? Quite often, if they're the men that captains fancy under the high ball. And yeah, it's a very different game from how it used to be in the field, as Hudson Prentice bowls a bouncer to D'Oliveira. A bit of waste, that one, really. It was very short, climbed away over D'Oliveira's shoulder, and he had nothing to do with it. Carter moved across to his left to take it. All a bit of expended energy for not much purpose, really. And again, I'm not having a go at Hudson Prentice. It just happens like that sometimes. You get a short one, it's misdirected, the batsman can't get anywhere near it, and you just think nothing really achieved by any of that. Here he comes again, Hudson Prentice in, bowls. This one another big bouncer, and this one is allowed to go over D'Oliveira's head. Not quite sure what the plan is here from Hudson Prentice. I think it's pretty obvious when you bang one in that short to a man of D'Oliveira's stature that it's simply going to be a dot ball. And sometimes they do that at the end of an over, don't they, to try and get out of an over if they haven't conceded many runs. But to do it off the 4th and 5th balls of the over, slightly mysterious. Here's Hudson Prentice again. He's in, and again he's bowling short. Oh, well, it was a great catch, and it wasn't
down.
held. And
Oh.
I would have had taken back everything I said about Hudson Prentice, because he banged that one in just short of a length. It wasn't really short, and D'Oliveira got an edge to it, pushing at it outside the off stump, and it flew low to the right of Carson at second slip, and he made a magnificent attempt diving away to his right and actually caught it, and we thought he'd held on to it, but as his momentum carried him across and his right hand hit the ground, so the ball came out of his grasp and D'Oliveira survives. Would have been a great bit of bowling from Hudson Prentice. 3-card trick, 2 bouncers, make you play at this one, and it just wasn't held on to by Carson. Fantastic effort though, 120 for 3.
Well, it would have been one of the catches of the season. I thought he'd got it. I thought, and it was in his hand, but it just fell out at the last moment. Well, he's back in the action now. Jack Carson comes in and bowls an edge between the keeper and first slip, runs away down to the boundary for 4 runs. And Jack Haynes with a bit of a lucky escape.
Just never in, are you, on this pitch? By the look of it.
It was edged, and now there'll be a debate because it's gone between keeper and first slip. And I saw Jack Carson kick away at the turf. And whether he's annoyed there that perhaps the first slip hasn't gone to it or the keeper hasn't taken it, and I think he's just saying, well, where do you want me? Do you want me a bit finer?
Well, it was quick as well, wasn't it?
It did go through very, very quickly, but it was an edge from Haynes, who nonetheless goes to 35, 124 for 3. It's all happening out there, as Carson in again bowls, and forward comes Haynes and just places his soft hands to backward point, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. I was thinking about the light that this time next week we'll be starting games at 10:30 in the morning, which should make life a little easier later on in the day. Still a breezy day down here at New Road. Trees swaying away at the Digley's end of the ground as Carson comes in and Haynes works this to mid-wicket, fielded by Hudson Prentice. He's quite aggressive, isn't he? In a nice way, he gets the ball, he hurls the ball into the keeper. Now he's clapping his hands at mid-wicket.
I think he maybe sees that, he's got the senior role, doesn't he, really, in some ways?
Well, he's the oldest player in the side. He's 25 as Carson bowls. Haynes, with a model forward defensive shot, plays it straight back down the offside of the pitch, fielded by Carson off his own bowling, and again there is no run. Slip on a short leg, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and short fine leg as Carson in again bowls. Forward comes Haynes. That's good batting, because there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and therefore there's 2 men saving one on the offside. There's a big gap between backward point and mid-off. There's a single there every time. Different people have different views. I would sooner have, I don't know if this is Jack Carson's decision or Tom Haynes', but I would rather have McCovering on the 1, I think, at this stage. 125 for 3, Carson in again bowls, and D'Oliveira just sort of languidly helps that up to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. There is no run. End of the over. Carson 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Worcestershire 125 for 3, with Haynes on 36, D'Oliveira on 20, and Sussex now trailing, Worcestershire rather, now trailing by 1. That is awful. Is that 139?
Yep.
Yes, 139.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have my cover on the 1. Are you setting the field for a bad ball? You're saying to the bowler you've got cover if you drop short, but if you're an off spinner you shouldn't really be thinking about getting cut.
No, I agree.
So I probably think in a red ball game I'd have the cover on the 1, and in a white ball game you get the sweepers out anyway, don't you? So it's a slightly odd one. But I guess that Carson, with the captain, he's not a man of hugely superior experience, so you would imagine that Carson's getting the field that he wants, and he's happy with it. Anyway, Hudson Prentice is going to continue from the New Road end, having had D'Oliveira put down at second slip off that extraordinarily good effort in his previous over. He aborts his run-up on this occasion, gets to the crease and just didn't feel comfortable as he went into his delivery stride. Yeah, brilliant attempt off the last ball of Hudson Prentice's previous over from Carson at second slip, diving to his right, got a hand to it, and he's a big lad, he had a long way to go down. Good, picked it up just by his bootlaces, but unable to hold on, and he spilled it on landing. Here's Hudson Prentice in now, bowls to Haynes, who's discomforted by one that cuts back quite sharply at him, and takes him on the thigh, on the right thigh, runs away to backward point. Good spell from Hudson Prentice at the moment. He's working up a fair bit of pace and making the batsman play most of the time. The only time he isn't making the batsman play really is when he bangs in these occasional bouncers that are clearing the batsman's head. He's in now and he bowls, and he does make the batsman play, but Haynes happy with that one, just tucks it away on the leg side for a single, and moves on to 37. Hudson Prentice kicking away at the footmarks, not happy with something at this end.
So just whether he jarred his ankle there slightly, Frank.
He's cutting a bit of an angry figure at the moment.
He is, he looks frustrated, doesn't he? Yes.
Yeah. Had a catch dropped, I can understand that, but banged a couple of very short ones in his last over. Comes in now to D'Oliveira, bowls, and D'Oliveira's taken on the pad, and there's a big shout for LBW, but umpire Bainton says not out. Just have a look at the replay. Looked a decent shout. Might just have a look at it again. Might have been outside the line.
There was a bit of kidology there, wasn't there, from Hudson Prentice? He ran down the wicket there, you know, sort of convinced he'd got his man.
Yeah, it was close, I think, but I think it might, you know, it would be difficult to say that it hit him in line. Might have been just outside the line, but yeah, he celebrates as though it was a given.
He was just waiting for the finger to go up.
Yeah, 126 for 3. It wasn't given. D'Oliveira is on 20. He waits now. So Hudson Prentice is in again and bowls short, and D'Oliveira swivels round and plays a lovely pull shot down to long leg, but there's a very good piece of fielding down there by Archie Lenham, because that was racing over the turf, pretty much straight at him, but even so, had to get down well, and get down he did, and it was either 1 or 4, and as it turned out it was 1, because he made the save in front of the one remaining chestnut tree after we lost 2 beauties to disease.
Oh right, wasn't a storm?
No, sadly disease, and they've left a pretty
big gap,
horrible gap when you think what used to be there. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Haynes, he's forward, pushes out on the offside, no run this time. D'Oliveira 21 now, Haynes 37, 127 for 3. Worcestershire responding to Sussex's 264, and the weather pretty much as we experienced yesterday. Cloudy, overcast. Another big shout from Hudson Prentice against Haynes. Might have got a nick on this one.
Yes, I think you're right.
And both keeper and bowler strangled their appeals. Good over again from Hudson Prentice, and at the end of it, it's 127 for 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Frank Watson at the delightful New Road ground. The cathedral away to our left-hand side, looking as magnificent as ever. And this game is, I would just say that Worcestershire are perhaps just starting to get their noses in front. I mean, Sussex with the runs on the board, up to 264 earlier on today. Just adding 10 to their overnight score. Jack Carson top scoring with 87, but these two are just going along nicely at the moment, as Carson awaits to bowl his 6th over of the innings. Figures of 1 for 20. He's in and bowls, and D'Oliveira just goes back and just plays with soft hands out into the offside. Just dribbles away, and Ollie Carter runs from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. A slip and a short leg are keeping D'Oliveira company. That sweeper on the cover boundary as well, as Carson in and bowls, and nicely flighted off break, and a similar result. And again, it's Carter who's first to the ball, running from behind the stumps. He beats the advancing Ward, who was also honing in on the ball, and another dot goes in the scorebook. Carson again. Bowls, and yet again D'Oliveira is forward, head right over the ball. The long on has now gone back to virtually on the boundary at the far end of the ground, so that shot where D'Oliveira took a couple of steps down the wicket, he'll have to think twice about playing that shot now, but there's a comfortable single there if he so decides. Carson in again, bowls and driven by D'Oliveira. He's going to get at least one out to the fielder on the cover boundary, the sweeper, who is... Who's that out there? Is that Dan Ibrahim who gets in the throw?
Yep.
But two taken by D'Oliveira. He goes to 23, the total to 129 for 3. As Carson again just shines the ball on his trousers, and he's in again, bowling and short and played to backward point, fielded there by James Coles. And there is no run. Overcast afternoon, chilly afternoon as well. Most of the spectators in at least a jumper, scattered around the ground. As Carson again is on his way. Bowls, and D'Oliveira plays that in the air. He's going to get 4 runs here, but it was a full shot. He wasn't looking for that to go there. He was looking to drive the ball through the offside, and it rather squirted away past point and down to the boundary for 4 runs. So D'Oliveira goes to 31, but a moral victory perhaps for Carson. End of the over. Worcestershire are 137 for 3. D'Oliveira on 31. I think that's going to click over. Or is that already clicked over? It's already gone. D'Oliveira's 27. I'm sorry. Worcestershire 133 for 3. Haynes on 37.
62 now added for this partnership, which is a decent effort by these two, but it hasn't been without alarms. In almost every over there's been something.
Yeah, it has.
A ball edged or a ball hitting the pad or whatever, and it's just that kind of day where nobody looks entirely comfortable. In fact, that kind of game. Finch Prentice to continue from the New Road end. He's determined to get a wicket in this spell. And he's in, and he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Haynes, and taken by the keeper Carter. He's bowled pretty well, 1 for 40 so far, Finch Prentice. He got the first wicket to fall, but I have to say, in the last 2 or 3 overs that he's bowled from this New Road end, he's been asking quite a lot of questions of the batsman. Had one big appeal turned down, another one that I think would have been a more substantial appeal had it not seen an inside edge from the batsman, and he's well steaming in at the moment. Finch Prentice comes in now and bowls just short of a length to Haynes, who's on the back foot pushing up to mid-on. Sarrow is the fielder at mid-on, and there's no addition to the score. 133 for 3 it remains. The men out then, as I say, Libby 28, Mitchell 16 and Fell 11. But no casualties since lunch for Worcestershire. Haynes waits as Finch Prentice moves in. Right arm over the wicket, moving away from us. Bowls, and Haynes whips this one away on the leg side. Very nicely timed, but only gets a single as it's fielded out on the leg side boundary by Henry Crocombe. And that takes Haynes on to 38, and total to 134 for 3. 63 overs left in the day after this. Could be a long one if the light holds, but could well be the case that by about 5:30 it gets a bit too gloomy like it did last night. Finch Prentice in outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. Scoots through a bit low, this one, taken to his left by Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and no addition. Yeah, definitely get the feeling that the weather is following exactly the pattern that it did yesterday in terms of light, and from mid-afternoon onwards it just got darker and darker until the umpires decided it was unplayable. Finch Prentice in once more, bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside and takes a very well judged single as fielder comes in from mid-off. Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain. D'Oliveira moves on to 28. 135 for 3. 3 bonus points to either side so far in this game. Not that they are particularly significant at this stage. Prentice again. Hudson Prentice bowls. Haynes pushing at that one, gets an inside edge really, pushing it. That's it, attempting to sort of push it out on the offside really, and gets an inside edge, squirts down to backward square leg for a single. So Haynes keeps the strike. He goes on to 39, and the total to 136 for 3, as the announcement is made over the public address system here at New Road that cakes are now available in the Ladies Pavilion. Please form an orderly queue. And already a steady stream of spectators is on its way to the steps of the Ladies Pavilion. Much missed. The cakes have been at New Road this season and last. Not a huge crowd, but quite a few of them on the way up the steps as we speak. As Carson begins a new over, bowling to Haynes from the Diglis end, the off spinner, and Haynes is using his feet, moving down the pitch and driving back between the bowler and mid-on. Fielded by Sarrow at mid-on, it's a deepish mid-on, and they take a single.
Jack Haynes on 40, Brett D'Oliveira on 28. A wicket apiece so far for Dan Ibrahim.
Good partnership developing for the Worcestershire fourth wicket between Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira. They came together when the score was on 71 for 3, and they were together at lunch. D'Oliveira has moved on to 28 now, but it's Jack Haynes who's caught the eye really since lunch with 2 or 3 sumptuous boundaries. He's moved on to 40, and at the moment the partnership building nicely, as I say, as Worcestershire, replying to Sussex's 264, are now 138 for 3 in the 37th over. As D'Oliveira picks up another single, as this one is pushed away on the offside. So here's Carson again, bowls to Haynes, studiously forward Haynes. This one plays that one back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 138 for 3 score remains, and Carson again turns at the Diglis end and bowls to Haynes, who drives beautifully again on the offside, and that would have been 4 had it not been for a very good stop by Tom Haynes, the Sussex captain, at mid-off, who slid to his left, and they were only able to get a single. But excellent partnership developing there. 68 these two have added so far. Carson is in again, bowl short to D'Oliveira, who whips this one away behind square on the leg side, but it's fielded by Archie Lenham, and they're unable to take a run. So the end of the over, just run through the bowling figures so far. Finn Hudson Prentice, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. Joe Sarrow, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29. Henry Crocombe, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 24. Dan Ibrahim, best of the bowlers for me, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. Jack Carson now 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. And Archie Lenham has had just a 1 over, which cost 11. Worcestershire 139 for 3.
I was just going to say, Frank, I was a little surprised that Daniel Ibrahim hasn't bowled, because, as I say, and he's now going to bowl. He was taken out of the attack just before lunch. He was in the middle of a good spell, as Frank was saying. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. He didn't bowl the last over before lunch. That was bowled by Archie Lenham. But he's now back into the attack, and back into the attack at a time when Sussex really need a wicket. 139 for 3. These two coming together when the total was on 71. So what, 29 and 39. So a partnership of 68 between these two. What can Ibrahim do? He runs away from us from the New Road end, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who flicks that back to the square on the leg side. Let's just see the umpire's signal. Yes, it did come off a bit of bat, and Haynes goes through to his 41st run, and Worcestershire to 139 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. A very good afternoon to you from a cloudy New Road. If you'd like to send us an email, we could have your company, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. or you can tweet us at FrankWatson58 or at BBC Sussex Sport. As in comes Ibrahim bowls and forward comes D'Oliveira and plays quietly to backward point. There is no run. Joe, I get the feeling that Brett D'Oliveira is keen to get on with it here. He just gives that appearance that he's had a look and he quite fancies it. I might be wrong, but he just looks like a man in a hurry to me.
There might be a feeling, I think, for all the batsmen, that it's one of those pitches where sooner or later you're going to get one that's going to do a little bit too much, or as they say, that's got your name on it. So you might as well try and score when opportunity arises.
Ibrahim in and bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, slightly shorter from Ibrahim, who's bowled a good lagging 9 and length. And I completely agree with Frank that I think he's looked the pick of the Sussex bowlers. Hudson Prentice has bowled well without a great deal of luck, but he's always there or thereabouts, is Daniel Ibrahim. As he wanders back to his mark, literally down in front. It was a gloomy afternoon, breezy, 2 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Ibrahim runs away from us in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and D'Oliveira lets that one go through to keeper Carter.
It just reminds me a bit of Ryan Higgins, Ibrahim.
Yeah, no, that's a very good...
The way that he runs up and hits the deck.
Well, and actually that's
similar sort of pace, similar sort of line and length. Yeah,
and that's good company, because for my money, he's one of the most underrated players. Yeah, very good cricketer, Ryan Higgins. Quite my Middlesex ever let him go, I have no idea, but he's doing very well at Gloucestershire. Ibrahim over the wicket bowls, and D'Oliveira takes a step down the wicket, and that was a good bit of bowling. Yeah, it was. D'Oliveira looks to me like he's got sort of itchy feet here. He was looking to get down the wicket after Ibrahim.
He didn't play at it, in the end. Looking at the replay, he came down and then realised that it had gone too far. But it's good shape on it from Ibrahim. Yeah.
I just wonder whether he's one of these bowlers who's a bit quicker than he looks.
Yeah. Well, he's a deck hitter, isn't he? He's one of those that you see the ball all the way onto the pitch, and then you hear it at the wicketkeeper's gloves, kind of thing. He hits the deck quite hard, big shoulders.
And again bowls, and right in behind that is D'Oliveira, and he plays that out to cover point, fielded
which is partly what I meant when I compared him to Ryan Higgins. I think he's a very similar sort of bowler.
End of Ibrahim's over. Very good figures. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2 for a young 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Daniel Ibrahim. Worcestershire, though, 140 for 3, so they're only trailing now by 124. Haynes on 42, D'Oliveira on 29. These two coming together when Tom Fell was out on the stroke of lunch, caught by Harrison Ward at short leg off the bowling of Carson for 11. You'd have to say that Worcestershire just I feel they've got their noses in front. 61 overs left in the day. Whether we'll get all of those is a moot point, because it is pretty gloomy.
As Jack Carson continues from the Diglis end, bowling to Jack Haynes, who pushes out on the offside, and the bowler does his own fielding. There's no addition to the score. Yeah, I've got my doubts about whether we'll get all the overs in. I don't like to be too pessimistic, but it's very similar to yesterday.
Yeah,
very, very similar. The cloud cover and a famous old face, Worcestershire former captain Phil Neal just coming up the steps outside, who led the side to county championships in 88 and 89. As Haynes gets a single, turning this one off his legs to square leg for 1, and total goes on to 141 for 3. Jack Haynes moves on to 43, and here's Jack Carson again. He's in and he bowls to Brett D'Oliveira, who drives to extra cover for a single. Ibrahim is the fielder, the man that we've just been talking about as having been the pick of the bowlers. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2, Ibrahim, and it's 142 for 3. As Carson is in again and bowls, and Haynes is back to this one and steers it nicely behind square on the offside, but straight to the fielder at backward point, doesn't get a run.
You would know this more than I, Frank, in your coaching capacity. With young bowlers, are there sort of limits on overs that you can bowl in a spell? And
well, I just break off as Carson comes in and bowls, and it's tucked away on the onside. I'm not sure what the latest figures are, because it's a while since I've been responsible for a junior age group side, but certainly until recent years. I'll just check in a minute. There were still limits on how many overs a 17-year-old could bowl, for example. If he was a seamer, not a spinner, Haynes gets a single, clipping this one up to mid-on, and keeps the strike. End of the over. He goes to 44, and it's 143 for 3. I'll just check that.
Yeah, because certainly...
umpire's responsibility, actually.
Right, okay, that's interesting.
But the captains would obviously have to tell the umpires the age group of whichever bowler.
Well, it's funny because, well, not funny, but there are two young Sussex bowlers, Sean Hunt and Jamie Atkins, neither of whom are playing in this game, who have played this season, but not a great deal. I think Jamie Atkins has got a shoulder injury and Sean Hunt has had various injuries, and I guess it's always the way with young bowlers. You do have to be careful.
Still our maximum overs per spell are under 18, under 19, 7.
Right.
And under 16 and 17, 7, and the maximum 18 in a day. So there
Thank
we go.
you. So there is, Ibrahim in and bowls, and forward comes Haynes and plays down the wicket. Ibrahim falls of his own bowling, no run.
It's one of those things that coaches of in my experience have always felt was a bit artificial, in that yes, we should protect our seamers, and certainly when you see a bowler like, well, we've had problems here. Josh Chung is out with a back injury at the moment. Henry Brooks at Warwickshire is a bowler that I know quite well, has been out with back injury. You need to protect them.
Ibrahim in bowls, and beautifully classy off drive by Haynes, and he gets a single to his namesake Tom Haynes at mid-off. He goes through for a single. He goes to 45, 144 for 3.
But then you see some young seamers whose action is not mixed, in the sense that they don't have a front on bottom half and a side on top half of their body. It's what we call a mixed action, and therefore they aren't putting any strain on the back. Everything can be technically perfect, but they're subject to the same limitations as somebody who might have more difficulty.
Ibrahim in bowls, and D'Oliveira punches into the covers. There is no run.
So what I'm saying is the rules were brought in, or have been brought in and maintained, to protect young bowlers, particularly there's a particular worry about stress fractures of the back, of the lower back, to protect them, and they do work, but sometimes a bowler with a perfectly good technical action maybe doesn't need protecting, but he's subject to the same limits. Well, better safe than sorry, I suppose. Yeah,
and you hear so much, don't you? A good young bowler, all of a sudden the next season is always out for the season with a stress fracture.
Absolutely, very common.
Ibrahim in bowls, and outside of the off stump, let go by D'Oliveira through to Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah. So Ibrahim, it looks to me like he's well built. He isn't taking a great deal out of himself.
No, I would agree.
He's got a pretty efficient action, I think, but he would be subject to the same limitations. You mentioned Ed Barnard before and how much you liked him, and Ed Barnard's a bowler who looks to me as though he can bowl long spells. He just never seems to take anything out of himself.
Ibrahim in again, bowls, pacey delivery, pitching around middle of the leg, played by D'Oliveira, down to mid-on, fielded by...
He runs through the crease, Ed Barnard, almost very gracefully, without really a huge delivery stride. Doesn't appear to put a great deal of stress on himself when he lands, and Ibrahim's a bit the same. You don't see that front foot whacking down into the crease and a great jarring going through the body, which is what often happens with bowlers that do get these sort of injuries. It's all quite easy, isn't it?
Ibrahim again bowls and played again forward by D'Oliveira out into the offside. Another good over by Daniel Ibrahim, who's asking questions of the batsman. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3. And those wickets belie the fact that he's bowled very tightly, but he's just mixing it up a little bit. He's bowling a good line and length, and certainly I got the feeling that Brett D'Oliveira was looking to get after the bowling a little bit, but certainly he's just had to rein himself back in as we have a sanitised break. Yeah, really good from Ibrahim. Very impressed with him so far. First time I've seen him in this game, and with bat and ball. He's a young cricketer that I'm going to keep my eye on, I think, in the future, because I think he's got a bright one. 144 for 3, sanitisation break complete. Amazing how quickly that sanitisation break has become an accepted part of the game. It was all quite strange in August last year when it started, but just part of day-to-day activity now at county cricket. They've got a bit quicker at getting the sanitiser on, Frank, haven't they? Much quicker. As last year was all a bit laborious, but this year they sort of rattle on, and you know.
Yeah. Here comes Carson, Jack Carson from the Digley end to continue with his off spin, bowling to Jack Haynes, who pushes this back up the pitch to the bowler. 144 for 3 the score remains. So Worcestershire just batting themselves into the ascendancy in this game. Carson is in again and bowls, and Haynes goes back and works this one away on the onside. Finn Hudson-Prentice, the fielder, mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, definitely getting darker. Look how bright that chap's fluorescent orange jacket looks.
Yeah, the back there.
Stand at the far end.
Yeah.
Not really missing. Carson again is in. He bowls, and this one is whipped by Haynes, but again straight to Hudson-Prentice, who's at mid-wicket with his rather incongruous sun hat. One of 2 fielders so behatted, as Carson is in again and bowls, and Haynes gets a single this time, just punching the ball up to Sarrow, who's in a very, well, you could almost call him long on. He's kind of about 15-20 yards in off the boundary. Catch a miss hit, but he wouldn't catch a big hit, but there is a single on offer if the batsman is straight enough. Oliveira gets a single this time on the offside, pushing out through the covers for 1. He goes to 31. 146 for 3 Worcestershire. These two have added 75 now since lunch, as Haynes makes that 76 using his feet and driving up to mid-on. That's what I was meaning earlier about getting the fielder back and then using your feet and taking the single off the off-spinner, and Haynes did it expertly, and he keeps the strike. End of the over, 147 for 3. Haynes has 47, Oliveira 31.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every county, right through until the end of September, as the county championship season will reach its climax. The winners of the first division, of course, will be county championships, and there'll be the Bob Willis final to follow as well. T20 finals day coming up at the 18th of September, of which Sussex will be part of, playing Kent in the second semi-final at Edgbaston. So still plenty of cricket to look forward to. Let's hope we could just do with an Indian summer, couldn't we, Frank? Just to finish things off. But I was listening to the weather forecast this morning. I don't think there's any sign of it.
No, it's going to stay like this, isn't it?
Ibrahim in and bowls, and forward comes Haynes and plays. He is an elegant looking batsman. He plays with that very high left elbow and punches the ball into the offside, and there is no run. I was listening very sad last week, the death of the great Ted Dexter, and I was listening to Test Match Special, and they were talking about they had Mark Nicholas on, who was a great friend of Ted Dexter, as Ibrahim bowls again. Oh, and he bowls him, and Ibrahim gets the breakthrough. Well, he's been the pick of the Sussex bowling. I wonder whether that kept a little low, and also whether Jack Haynes might have played that on.
Kept very low.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very low indeed.
And Haynes swishes away as he wanders off. Well, Ibrahim gets the breakthrough, and he's got figures of 2 for 3 in his 7th over, and Haynes is on his way for 47, and just the breakthrough that Sussex needed, because these two were just starting to threaten to start to take the game away from Sussex a little.
Yeah, it kept very low. It really did, and it was a bit of a shock for Jack Haynes. Couldn't quite believe it, and I don't blame him. It was a very good partnership. 76 added for that 4th wicket, but Haynes has gone, and visibly surprised by that one keeping so low, and it was one of those where you see a batsman bowl by a ball that keeps low and his feet hasn't moved.
Yeah,
jams the bat down and just can't quite believe it. Kept low a bit at this end generally this season, not so much from at that end, but undone there by the pitch, you'd have to say, and also by good accurate bowling from Dan Ibrahim, who has remarkable figures now. 2 for 3, 7.2 overs, and Ed Barnard, who's been pushed up the order to 6 in recent weeks, having got his first 2 championship hundreds in his career this year, one at Chelmsford earlier in the year and won here against Warwickshire, comes in to join Brett D'Oliveira. And you were just saying about Mark Nicholas and Ted Dexter.
Yeah, and I forgot what I was saying now. Yes, and Mark Nicholas was saying that he'd been talking to Mark Nicholas about a photograph that had been published of Ollie Pope, who's seen as a very fine batsman playing an off drive. But Ted Dexter pointed out that he thought Ollie Pope's balance wasn't right up to the shot. I don't know if you heard that interview.
No, I did. I read something about it.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, he was a great technician, wonderful player. As Ibrahim on his way comes in and bowls a new batsman who is Ed Barnard. And Barnard is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And this is a really good spell by Ibrahim. What he has done, and what the other Sussex teams haven't done, is to make the batsman play.
Absolutely.
He's bowled wicket to wicket, he's mixed it up, and he's, for a 17-year-old, he's a very good young cricketer, is Daniel Ibrahim.
He certainly is.
And he's looking after, made 48. Sussex innings of 264, but he's in again now. Bowls to Barnard, and Barnard is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. We were talking about Ed Barnard a little earlier on during the lunch break, and he's certainly one of my. You know, there's a range of good all-rounders around the country. You're talking about Ryan Higgins. I would put Ed Barnard in that category, so I'm not sure I'd set him bat as high as 6.
Well, he batted 4 for England under 19s,
right.
So he definitely regards himself as. Just as much of a batsman as a bowler, definitely.
Ibrahim in bowls and clipped away by Barnard, and that's why that's a quality shot. Slightly over pitched by Dan Ibrahim, and that was just beautifully clipped away off the legs by Barnard through square leg. He picks up his opening runs, and it brings up 150 for Worcestershire, 151 for 4. Barnard on 4th, D'Oliveira on 31, and I reckon this is level pegging at the minute, Frank.
Yeah,
you know, you'd be hard pressed to choose a winner from here.
Yeah, you would. I agree. I certainly do agree with you about Daniel Ibrahim, though. I'd just been looking up. I didn't realise he was a Lancastrian. He's
born in Burnley.
Born in Burnley, yeah. Shares that with Jimmy Anderson, then, I think.
Yeah. He's in and bowls and let go by Barnard outside the off stump, taken low down by Ollie Carter. There is no run. 151 for 4, Barnard 4, D'Oliveira 31. I think it was very, very early years and before the family moved down to the south coast.
Bede School, it says. That's in Sussex?
That's in Eastbourne, yeah.
Right,
and plays his cricket at Preston. His father is a cricketer, a local cricketer of some repute as well.
Okay. Well, we were just saying yesterday about I think it's 5 players from Eastbourne in this side. Extraordinary. For so many. I know Eastbourne's been a sort of stronghold of Sussex cricket, of course, and mentioned yesterday that played at the Saffrons many moons ago at a wonderful, lovely cricket ground. But to have 5 players from Eastbourne in the Sussex side is quite remarkable. Something in the water. Here's Carson in, bowls to D'Oliveira. Goodness me, that mustn't have missed by much. He's gone back to one that's just skidded on. Actually did miss by much. Didn't miss the bat by much. It was about 18 inches foot outside the off stump, but misread the length, I think, probably there. Carson in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira's better forward this time. Covers any spin, pushes the ball out on the offside and picks up a single, as the fielding is done by Coles, who we haven't seen bowl yet. James Coles, quite like a left arm spinner.
Yeah, left arm spinner. Turns it a little surprised. And Archie Lennon's only bowled the 1 over so far.
Won't be a huge amount of turn on this pitch for the finger spinners, I wouldn't have thought. Might be a bit more for Lennon, but he's still biding his time at backward square leg. Carson in, bowls, and back goes Barnard, who is a great user of the crease. Pushes this one back up the pitch. Yeah, I think genuinely number 6, Barnard. I don't see any reason why anybody would regard that as too high for him, given how well he's played the last couple of years. It's Carson bowls and Barnard is forward, pushes this out on the offside, and they take a single. He's also one of those players, Ed Barnard, that he bats very well in white ball cricket, and yet completely differently. You know, he's a modern cricketer, if I can call him that. in that sense, and what I mean by that, I'll explain after Carter's bowled this ball, which he plays defensively, is that, you know, in the white ball game he's got the ramp, he's got the switch hit, he's got the reverse, he's got the clever little nuances, but in the red ball game, although he can occasionally bring one of those out, he's much more conventional and trying to find his way as a proper batting all-rounder, really. As Carson is in, bowls, and he drives up to mid-on, and that's a nice shot, and B, a good piece of running, because as soon as he'd hit it, he realised that Sarrow was a little bit deep and maybe on his heels at mid-on, and so he went through for the single, and he keeps a strike at the end of the over. He's gone to 153 for 4, Worcestershire.
A couple of emails have come in. Jamie says, thanks again for the commentary. Thanks to Worcester for the live stream. He says, I secured my finals day ticket for the 18th, travelling up to Birmingham on the Friday, then back to Brighton on the Sunday. Let's hope it doesn't rain and Sussex get through to the final. He says, can you confirm if it's the first or the second game? I can confirm that Sussex are the second semi-final. They'll play Kent at 2:30 on the Saturday, Jamie.
And what a great day it'll be, I'm sure, for you. Certainly very jealous, we Worcester folk who haven't qualified.
In comes Ibrahim, comes in and bowls to Barnard, who drives to backward point. There is no runner. Ian in Finland's been in touch. It's an interesting email, Frank. He says, hello Adrian, I'm at a complete loss to understand what's happening in this current county championship round of matches. What division are Sussex in now? Well, they're in Division 3 because of where they finished in the initial round of matches. They finished in the bottom 2, which means they go into Division 3. Ian goes on to see, does it mean anything if they win this match? As in comes Ibrahim again and bowls, and Barnard plays that, nudges that to square leg and picks up a single. Does Barnard? He goes to 6, a total to 154 for 4. Yeah, he says, I understand there's going to be, I hear there are going to be 3 divisions next year. Why? Well, I think actually the structure of the championship hasn't been decided for next year.
Definitely hasn't been decided.
So it might go to 2 divisions again. So, yeah, I mean, what's on this game? Well, first of all, it's a game of first-class cricket, and that makes it important. That there is some prize money, but we're desperately trying to find out, Ian, what the prize money is around the county championship this year, and no one seems to know, which is all a little frustrating, as Ibrahim is in and bowls, and driving his Dollavera without timing back to Ibrahim. There is no run. He says, a great tail-end show last night. What a shame Carson didn't make his century. The boys did really well, but why aren't Salt, Rawlins, Brown and Jordan playing? At least there would be some experience and guidance in the team. Well, out of those, Ben Brown is injured. He's got a hamstring injury, Ian. I think Chris Jordan might be back in the Caribbean at the moment. There was a picture on Twitter as in comes Ibrahim and bowls, and Dollavera forward, plays down the offside, and there is no run. Talking of Salt, I'm really angry he wanted to go to Lancashire, unless they came in with an offer that Sussex couldn't refuse. Whatever, he should have stayed. No sense of loyalty. I wouldn't play him in the T20 finals. The team needs badly reinforcing both in batting and bowling, or there'll be no success in the next few years. Thank you as ever for the commentary, says Ian. Thank you for getting in touch. As in comes Ibrahim in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Dollavera. There is no run. Yep, Phil Salt and Chris Jordan both leaving at the end of the season. Phil Salt to Lancashire, Chris Jordan to Surrey. I'm sure both will be playing in finals day.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, that, isn't it? Because you could say, well, okay, if you don't want to play for us, you're not playing in finals day, but you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, aren't you? Because you want to win it. Very important to win it. In comes Ibrahim again to bowl to Dollavera. He's in and bowls. Dollavera turns that again just through square leg and picks up a single because Coles has to run to his right to field at mid-wicket. There is a single. End of Ibrahim's 9th over. Mighty impressive figures. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9 for Dan Ibrahim. 155 for 4. Barnard on 6. Dollavera on 33. William's been in touch. He says, as usual, enjoying the commentary. 19.5 average age for the Sussex players in today's match is a record. Is another record the number of Sussex players in today's match educated at the same school? Finn Hudson Prentice, Joe Sarrow, Henry Crocombe, Daniel Ibrahim and Archie Lenham, all alumni of Bede School in Eastbourne. Well, very impressive.
We'll talk about that a little later.
Update for BBC Everton Worcester's FM listeners coming shortly, and I'll deal with one or two of those points that were made in that email. I think are relevant to both counties, particularly the one about why is everybody playing. As this ball is bowled by Carson, D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside for a single. I mean, we've come into a sporting age, haven't we, where results are everything, you know, and qualification, relegation. Prize money, getting into Europe, doing this, doing that, not being in Division 2. It's all about the importance of the result. As Carson bowls to Barnard, who works this to mid-wicket for no run. And yet, you know, in the old days of a county championship with 18 or 17 counties, there wasn't always something on every game, was there? Worcestershire 156 for 4 now in the 45th over of their reply to Sussex's 264. One man out since lunch. Jack Haynes, who looked really good for his 47, made off 71 balls. He'd hit 6 fours and really looked in good shape, but bowled by one that kept a little bit low from the New Road end, from Dan Ibrahim for 47. Ibrahim, the best of the Sussex bowlers so far. Remarkable figures: 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9. Brett D'Oliveira is still there on 34, has been joined by Ed Barnard on 6. Worcestershire 156 for 4. Yeah, just going back to my point, as they get another single here, Barnard moving on to 7, 157 for 4. You know, back in the day, apart from the top 3 or 4 teams, by the time the end of August came round, everybody would be playing a game that you could have labelled as,
yes, I agree,
as meaningless, and yet people still regarded county cricket as important. As Carson bowls, D'Oliveira gets inside this and pushes out on the offside for a single. And in most leagues, you know, most leagues that I've played in, if you're not in the top 2 or 3 and you're not in the bottom 2 or 3, you could say each Saturday afternoon that you turn up and you're playing a game that is not of any great significance, but it's cricket and it's at a high level and players want to do the best they can. It's Carson bowls to Barnard, who plays defensively out on the offside. No run, 158 for 4. Barnard 7, D'Oliveira 35, and 45 overs now gone.
The light is really not good now. Just looking towards the cathedral, and there's some really dark cloud, and
very similar to yesterday.
And that sort of telltale sign where you just get the umpires glancing at each other, and I'm not saying we're going to come off. I hope we don't, but it really has got very, very grey. I wonder if there's a bit of rain around. I mean, I think the forecast is dry, but Steve Rook has been in touch. Hello, Steve. He says, hi, Adrian. Enjoying the commentary and the pictures from Worcester. Do you think that Sussex will be looking to attract a Chris Adams-type captain for next season, or will Tom Haynes keep the job? Tom has done a pretty good job on the whole, but it's been a tough year. Best regards, Steve, as Henry Crocombe comes into the attack from the New Road end of the ground. And actually, before I come to that, a message from the club, Sussex, which says, there are still a few tickets still available for finals day for those on the Sussex mailing list. Just check the email for the link. So if you are on the Sussex mailing link and you're after tickets for finals day, you better get on there a bit pronto, I think, because I'm sure they're going to get snapped up pretty quickly. So just a message there from the club. Henry Crocombe, he's just doing a bit of a warm-up here with Tom Haynes just down below us, and he's going to come into bowl to Brett D'Oliveira with 2 slips, 4 men saving 1 on the offside, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and down the leg side, wayward first delivery from Crocombe, taken by a tumbling Ollie Carter.
I don't think, Adrian, that it's any darker now, any lighter now than it was when they went off yesterday.
Right.
I think it's getting critical. I don't think it'll be long before the light meters are out.
No, it's really gloomy. Come back to your email in a minute, Steve, asking about the Sussex skipper for next year. Just a couple of thoughts as in comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, let go by D'Oliveira outside the off stump, no run. 2 observations I would make. I think Tom has done a decent enough job, but I just wonder whether Sussex would look for someone with a bit more experience in the Championship. I mean, they've signed Steve Finn from Middlesex. Whether that's come with any sort of captaincy link attached to it, I don't know, or whether Travis Head returns from Australia next summer and plays, and he's of course the captain of South Australia. Just a couple of early thoughts I would have. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays that to backward point. He thought about a single, but he was firmly sent back by Ed Barnard. And there is no run, but so we'll have to see. They're just a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, the interesting mention of Chris Adams. I know Chris because he was a Reptonian, and that's where I ran the cricket for the last 12 years of my teaching career. And I'm going back to a dinner on Friday to celebrate a centenary of the Repton Pilgrims, the old boys, and I wonder if Chris might be there actually.
Oh, you never know. Well,
I know Jonathan Batty is going.
Interesting. Crocombe bowls. Pacey's delivery let go outside the off stump by
But what I was
D'Oliveira.
going to say is that mention of that email, a Chris Adams type signing. I mean, they just don't happen really anymore, do they? You know, you're not going to get somebody who's kind of on the upward curve in his career, moving in the way that Chris did down to and we keep saying it in inverted commas, smaller county. It's just, I don't know, they're just almost unheard of. The moves tend to be always to the bigger counties these days, don't they?
They do. Crocombe over the wicket bowl. Short, pulled away by D'Oliveira, and he's going to get a single. He just avoids the umpire at square leg. A slight misfield by Coles on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's annoyed with himself, but gets it to throw. Good throw as well over the top of the stumps, but D'Oliveira's like a hair between the wickets, isn't he? And he comes back for a second and goes to 37, and the total to 160 for 4. Talking of Tom Hames, his brother Ollie is a regular listener to the commentary. Hello Ollie, he says, I'm enjoying the commentary in the cricket as I get on with some schoolwork upon the return next week. Thank you as ever. Well, thank you Ollie, and thank you for your contributions throughout the summer.
God, there can't be many students at school, boys, who are doing their work in the last week of the holidays. Very good, Ollie.
Crocombe in again, bowls to D'Oliveira. Let's let go outside the off stump. There is no run. The umpires have another glance at each other, and it really is very, very gloomy. I mean, it's crackers, really. I mean, it's 3 on August the 31st. And if you looked out there now, it feels like it's about 7:30 in the evening. The lights on the scoreboard are really bright now, and
it's very gloomy, isn't it?
I mean, behind this really heavy cloud, I can just see some brighter skies. I mean, not blue skies. Don't get me wrong. But the cloud is low and it's sort of scudding across the ground. It's you know, it's pretty miserable conditions. I'd say now the umpires are looking at each other again. So we'll have to see. But thank you, Ollie, for getting in touch. Daniel's enjoying the cricket as well. And just a message from James Coles is coming into the attack from John Harrison from Hove. He says, Dear Adrian, I was wondering whether when Archie Lennon bowled to Brett D'Oliveira just before lunch, if this was not a world record, being third generation players facing each other for the first time in first class cricket. I'm enjoying the commentary, keep up the good work. Says John.
That's a great one, isn't it? Could well have been, couldn't it? Who knows? Goodness me. Yeah, fantastic idea. I wonder if a Cowdrey has ever been bowled to by a third generation. It might have happened, but anyway. Cole's coming into the attack. Just very impressed by Ollie Haynes doing his schoolwork. He said schoolwork, not college work. So that's somebody going back into mainstream school education, doing work in August is brilliant. As Ed Barnard does exactly what I was talking about before. Plays one of those. You could call it a white ball shot almost, a little paddle sweep.
Yeah,
I know. I'm not saying it's exclusively white ball, but that's exactly the sort of thing that I was talking about. He's a very versatile batsman, and Cole's first ball drifting into his pads, and he just gets down low and plays that lovely little paddle sweep, very fine, for 4. Takes him into double figures. So tell us again, Ollie, get in touch again and tell us what work you're actually doing. I'm very impressed.
I reckon he had a project to do.
He's left it too late.
Yes, he has. He's all summer to do it, and he hasn't done it.
When are you going to do that project?
Yeah, I'll get it done.
It's Coles again, bowls, and this is turned on the leg side for a single.
I would have been Ollie.
I would have been by Barnard. 165 for 4. Well, as an ex-teacher, I'd have been very impressed if I'd have set some work and my pupils were doing it at that time. And what I can tell you, as the father of 2 daughters who are both teachers now, is that they've been working pretty hard, both of them, for the last couple of weeks, getting ready for the new term. As Coles bowls again to D'Oliveira, taken on the pad. I have no truck with people that say, oh, teachers, long holidays, etc., etc. There's a lot of work goes on in those holidays, and a lot of work goes on in the evenings and the weekends as well. As Coles bowls, and this is pushed by D'Oliveira out on the onside. Lennon fields. Don't want to start any arguments. I'll shut up now. get back to the cricket. Coles round the wicket, in the gloom from the Diglis end, bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays that nicely on the offside, but there's a lovely piece of fielding in the covers.
Coles.
By
Carson.
Carson diving to his left, really good.
I'll tell you what, if we had
Good fielder, Jack Carson, isn't he? He may have dropped that catch at second slip early. It would have been a stunner, but he's a good fielder. Here's Coles again round the wicket. Only a short approach, lovely, easy action, really nice looking left arm spinner, I think. And this one's pushed out on the offside, and it's fielded by Ibrahim in the covers. No, it's not. It's fielded by Ollie's brother, Tom Haynes, at mid-off. 165 before end of the over. Barnard 12, D'Oliveira 37, and it gets darker and darker.
Light meters out. Neil Baines is going to put it on. I reckon we could be off here. You know, it's so gloomy. The umpires are having a chat. I mean, this has been coming for 10 minutes or so, and there are some brighter skies drifting in actually, but it's
yeah, they're going off.
Yeah, if we were at Hove, we'd have the floodlights on. Yeah, I mean, here we are. Isn't it ridiculous? 3:15 at the end of August, and we're off for bad light.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we haven't got floodlights here at Worcestershire. The one county headquarters in the country that doesn't have them, and they would be very useful at this time, but it is very dark. I mean, you often see them go off and you think, oh, goodness me, you could carry on, but actually on this occasion you have to say, don't you, that it's the right decision. So D'Oliveira on 37, Barnard on 12, 165 for Worcestershire off 47 overs, and bad light has stopped play here at New Road. So we'll say goodbye temporarily, quick resume of the day before we go, and then we'll be back with you as soon as play resumes. So Sussex resuming this morning, 254 for 9, added 10 to their overnight score before losing that last wicket, 264 all out, and Worcestershire in reply, 165 for 4, the men out, Libby 28, Mitchell 16, Fell 11 and Haynes 47, and the not-out batsman Barnard 12 and D'Oliveira 37. Pick of the bowlers so far for Sussex. That's an easy one. Dan Ibrahim 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9. Other wicket takers, Hudson Prentice 1 for 43 and Carson 1 for 40. And do join us when play resumes. We'll be back as soon as it does. Thank you for listening. Good man. He's obviously a very serious student. Yes, by all means, an early tea being taken, but I can fill you in on that, yep.
I have a place right after tea.
Bad Light has stopped play here at New Road around about 3:15, and the umpires have decided while the players are off the field they'll take an early tea. So an early tea being taken at 3:30. The light does look to be improving slightly since they went off, and when they come back we could be faced with potentially a very long evening session, because there'll be about 48 overs left in the day. Current situation score wise, Sussex made 264 all out, and Worcestershire in reply are 165 for 4, with Ed Barnard on 12 and Brett D'Oliveira on 37. But Bad Light taking the players from the field, and an early tea being taken, scheduled resumption at 10 to 4 if the light improves.
players have said that they were difficult decisions to take. What made them decide to do that is difficult to say. Was it monetary reward? Was it the fact that they're going to perhaps so-called perceived larger counties, of which both Lancashire and Surrey got big grounds? Of course, also, Danny, both of those grounds host matches in the 100 as well. And I think there's a bit of a feeling around cricket at the moment that maybe some of the bigger counties and the bigger clubs are taking some of the players from the smaller counties. I guess that's, to a certain extent, the case around football and a little bit around cricket. But there's no doubt whatsoever they are big blows for Sussex to lose players from the pedigree. Chris Jordan, who's been a wonderful performer for England, and also Phil Salt, who's a young man, who's certainly making an impact on the game. So, that's disappointing news as far as Sussex is concerned.
mega session. Yeah, but it probably won't stay good, will it? Hi, it's Frank at the cricket. Can you cut the feed in my cans, please? Thank you. Okay, we're about to start again here, by the way. Okay, thanks. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume after an early tea taken here in the game between Worcestershire and Sussex. And bad light stopped play around about 3:15. The players left the field and an early tea was taken, and we are now resuming with 48 overs left in the day, and it's Henry Crocombe bowling from the New Road end to Ed Barnard, who drives beautifully straight down the ground. Not going to go all the way, will pick up 2 runs, flicked back in by Joe Sarrow, and the fielding completed by Tom Haynes, moving back from mid-off. 2 more runs to Barnard, he goes to 14, and the total goes to 167 for 4. And Crocombe again from the New Road end bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, and that one taken by wicketkeeper Ollie Carter behind the stumps. And the score stays at 167 for 4. Lights improved now. It was very, very gloomy. 48 overs left in the day. Whether we get those in will probably very much depend upon the light, as Crocombe bowls again to Barnard, and he pushes this one up to Sarrow at mid-on. I'm not confident that the light will remain as good as it is at the moment for very much longer. It's looking pretty gloomy away again to the southeast, and that's where the weather's tended to come from during this game. But we haven't had any rain. It's just been grey and overcast for most of the match. Here's Crocombe again in. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard, taken by the keeper. The men out for Worcestershire today. Jake Libby bowled off the pad by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 28. Darryl Mitchell caught behind by wicketkeeper Carter off Dan Ibrahim for 16. And Tom Felcourt Ward bowled Carson 11. Good catch at short leg, getting rid of Tom Fell. Break off as Crocombe is in once more and bowls, and Barnard steers this one down through the slips but doesn't pick up a run. It's kind of half stopped at first slip. And then after lunch, Jack Haynes, who played really well for his 47, undone by one that kept a little bit low from Dan Ibrahim and hit the bottom of his off stump. So he was out for 47. Good innings from Haynes. D'Oliveira's still there. He's played pretty well for his 37, the non-striker. And Ed Barnard is on 14. Here's Crocombe in now. Bowls to Barnard, who drives on the offside. Gets a single. That's to hurry. But he gets through and he keeps the strike again, which means that Brett D'Oliveira has not faced a ball since the restart. Barnard gets that single and moves on to 15. And the total to 168 for 4. And I've just noticed that Ed Barnard has called the 12th man on and it's because he's realised, I'm pretty sure, Ed Barnard has realised that he's gone out to play and he's just batted for 2 overs with his phone in his pocket. He's just realised he's called the 12th man on and he's going to give him his phone and say, take that off for me, thank you very much. I've never seen that before. He's played 2 overs and picked up a couple of runs. He could have easily just 1 over, I beg your pardon. He could easily have got hit in the pocket and smashed his phone up or something, but he obviously had his phone in his pocket during the tea interval and come out to bat with it still in his pocket.
He's going to get some serious stick for that. He's going to
get some stick for that. He got away with it. Anyway, he picked up 3 runs off that, the first over after the resumption, not 2 as I suggested. He's gone to 15. D'Oliveira has 37, yet to face a ball since the restart, and it's 168 for 4. Just saying, Adrian, it's a potentially long session, but I would be very surprised if we get another 47 overs in without another without deterioration in the light.
Well, Joe Sarrow, who's bowled 5 overs for 29, didn't quite get his radar right earlier on today. He's got a chance now to redeem himself a little. He's coming in from the Diggler's end of the ground. And we were talking about Ollie Haynes, who is Tom's brother, a little early on, so a bit of an update on Ollie, as in comes Sarrow and bowls wide outside the off stump, and a no ball immediately. That's one of the problems that Joe Sarrow had. I think that's the 5th no ball that he's bowled wide of the off stump. And so he's just struggling a bit, is Joe Harrod. But Ollie was saying he was doing his schoolwork, and he said, we've got it spot on, a project due in on Friday. And just finished, as well as some work ahead of A-levels this year. So well done for getting your project in.
But perhaps not the conscientious student that we portrayed him as.
In comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls, and Barnard, well taken by Carter, diving away down the leg side. And there is no run. Mind you, do you know what? You know, summer holiday, if the sun's out, you know, the last thing you want to be doing is a load of work. I mean, this is actually the sort of weather you probably don't mind doing a bit of finishing off schoolwork, because, you know, it's
especially if you're down in lovely Sussex by the sea.
Yeah, you know, there's too much to do, isn't there? You know, you think, oh, I always used to think, oh, you know, you got a few weeks to get it done, and then the weeks, you know, suddenly whittle away, don't they? Anyway, 2 slips, backward point. Points, extra cover, mid-off, Sarrow in bowls, and forward comes Barnard, who plays easily to extra cover, fielded by Ibrahim. And there is no run. The leg side fielder, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Worcestershire 170 for 4. So trailing Sussex by just 94 now. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes. Sarrow wanders back. There's still lots of heavy cloud around, and it's sort of brightened up a bit during the team
interval.
It's
gone dark
and now it's got dark again, noticeably dark. Sarrow in bowls, and Barnard again. And another no ball. That's the 2nd no ball of the over. I wonder if it is front foot. I mean, it's almost unforgivable if it's front foot, really. I wonder if it's well, no, I think it is a front foot no ball. It's 2 in the over.
It's it's a mental thing. It can happen to any bowler, but sometimes it's just a ground, isn't it? Sometimes bowlers just he's tried both ends. Not that I've really noticed, not really.
No.
But he's tried both ends, and it's troubled him at both ends.
Yeah, he's trying his hardest. As Sarrow comes in again, bowls. That's a legitimate delivery, short and clipped away by Barnard through square leg. They've taken 1. They'll go back for a comfortable 2nd. Crocombe is in. And Fields, the ball nearly goes over the head of Ollie Carter behind the stumps, but 2 more to Barnard, who goes on to 17, the total 174 for 4.
Would have been great if his phone had rung, wouldn't it, while he was out there? Although from what I gather, young people these days don't use ringtones.
Is that right?
No, they just rely on the vibration. So, but it would have been great. Ed Barnard played an over. With his phone in his pocket.
Sarrow in bowl. Oh, he's out! He gets a wicket, just Joe Sarrow. Great catch by Jack Carson at 2nd slip. And Ed Barnard is on his way for 17. And Joe Sarrow, who's had a pretty miserable day, to be fair, picks up a wicket. Well done him. Good catch by Jack Carson. Diving away at 2nd slip. He clung on to the catch. It was a good catch by Carson, and Joe Sarrow picks up a wicket. And just as he looked really disconsolate, he bowls a couple of no balls, he picks up a wicket. So we have to say well done to Joe Sarrow, who's come up with a good delivery, just outside the off stump. I don't think Barnard necessarily needed to play at it. A good catch by Carson, and Sussex picked up a wicket, and Worcestershire 174 for 5.
Yeah, I don't think he did need to play it. He's a bit annoyed with himself, but it was close enough for him to be drawn into the shot. It was a good sharp catch. And just again, just when you think that a partnership is building, a wicket goes down, and just when you think a player looks as though he's got himself in, a wicket goes. And well, you've got effectively 2 new batsmen now, with Ben Cox coming out to join Brett D'Oliveira, because D'Oliveira hasn't faced a ball since the restart. Barnard had occupied or monopolised the strike, but Ben Cox coming out now to join D'Oliveira. Very few spectators left in the ground now, really. When you look round, it's a very sparse crowd. It's a chilly day. It's been overcast all day. We've not seen a glimpse of the sun since the game began yesterday, and the players left the field for bad luck. I think quite a few people probably thought, I've had enough.
That's it for the day.
And they went home. But even the Basil D'Oliveira stand, that little block to the right of the sight screen as we look, is sparsely populated today. The hardy souls.
Well, you say hardy. I think there's someone down there with some sort of an anorak on. Looks like the gentleman down there's got his hood up. He has. In the orange in front of the black box, there's a fellow on the end seat. Looks like he's got his hood up. So it's really not.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. He's also wearing shorts. But there you go. Obviously doesn't feel the cold in his legs.
So Ben Cox, who I think went away to play to the 100, did he?
Yeah, he did. He went to the Trent Rockets, didn't play.
Right.
Because Tom Moores kept wicket for them. And of course his dad, Peter Moores, is the coach, doubly difficult for Cox to get in.
Well, here comes Sarrow. He's picked up. Well done, Joe Sarrow. Comes in and bowls to Cox. He lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. And there's no one. I presume if you don't pay, you get paid, do you? Yeah,
I think from what I gather, well, yeah. I mean, if you bought in the auction, I thought you got that money anyway. I think I did read somewhere that the minimum that any player got was 24,000. So
well, that's not bad for a few weeks.
That's not bad for a week or two. You'd have to do a bit of commentary to earn that. That is for sure. Not enough days in the year.
Sarrow in again, bowls. And Cox is beaten outside jump. Good delivery by Joe Sarrow, who's bounced back. 2 no balls in the over, and we were thinking, oh dear, he probably wishes the day would end, and then he picks up a wicket and then beats Cox outside the off stump. So well done, Joe Sarrow. 1 for 35.
Yeah, and we also said that it can be in the head, and it can be a ground that makes you feel disturbed and you've got no rhythm, but also you can just pick up a wicket and everything can change. Everything can just fall into place. Just an update for FM listeners. Well, we had quite a lengthy break for bad light, but tea was taken during that break and play resumed at 10 minutes to 4, and Worcestershire have lost a wicket since then. Ed Barnard, the man out just a few minutes ago, very well caught at second slip by Jack Carson off the bowling of Joe Sarrow for 17, just as he looked as though he was settling in. Barnard getting an outside edge to a good delivery from Sarrow, and he's gone. That was 174 for 5. That remains the score. Brett D'Oliveira, still there on 37, has been joined by Ben Cox, who's yet to get off the mark. All of this in reply to Sussex's 264. As Crocombe begins a new over with a ball to D'Oliveira, which he plays defensively out on the offside. Crocombe again in from the New Road end. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes again defensively out on the onside this time. And there's no run. D'Oliveira has 37. He's faced 64 balls. 174 for 5. I get the impression the light has momentarily improved again.
I would agree.
In the last few seconds. And the grey cloud above us is certainly lighter than it was half an hour or so ago, as Henry Crocombe moves in again. Right arm over the wicket, medium pace, bowls to D'Oliveira, just short of a length, and D'Oliveira on his toes, fends this down from in front of the visor on his helmet and takes a single, well judged, called Ben Cox through. These two run well between the wickets on the whole, Cox and D'Oliveira. Remember one particular partnership at Bristol last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, when they almost played white ball cricket with a red ball, you could say. running the Gloucestershire fielders ragged for an hour or two after lunch on one of the days in that game at Bristol last year. Particularly memorable partnership. 175 for 5. Long way to go before anything like that is established this time. Cox has only just come in, and he waits now as Crocombe is in and bowls to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken by Carter, the wicket-keeper, who's been very tidy, I think. Ollie Carter so far, been pretty impressed with his work as a keeper myself. Always have a look at a new keeper that I haven't seen before, and I like the look of Carter. Good footwork, doesn't dive unnecessarily, very light on his feet, and very tidy glove man, I think. As he gets a catch, he catches his counterpart as Ben Cox pushes forward to this one from Crocombe, which has just, I think, gone away a little bit in the air, maybe carried on a little bit off the seam, and a regulation catch. Yeah, for Carter behind the stumps. Lovely, lovely little catch for the wicketkeeper. That one, Cox pushing forward, a little outside edge, and Carter picks up his second catch of the innings, and Crocombe picks up his first wicket of the innings, and Ben Cox is gone without scoring. Worcestershire 175 for 6.
Yeah, that was a good bit of bowling, I think, by Henry Crocombe.
It was.
As you say, regulation catch. I think maybe Ben Cox perhaps had to play at that. Either way, he's on his way. Double breakthrough after tea, and the light, as you say, is a little brighter now. So all of a sudden, you sort of called this, Frank. You said it's a sort of pitch you're never quite sure whether you're in or not.
Yeah, wasn't so sure yesterday, but today I'm convinced that what the players intimated to me after the game yesterday about the pitch was right. Is that there's just a bit in it, and it's just done enough. And if you get the ball in the right area, that's the key. You're always in with a shout, and consequently, if you get the ball in the right area, any batsman, even the batsmen that have made 20, made 30, look as though they're in. They're not really settled, and that's the danger for Brett D'Oliveira now, because he's the latest in that line. He's on 38, so Libby 28, Mitchell 16, Fell 11, Haynes 47, Barnard 17, and now Cox for a duck are the batsmen dismissed. And Worcestershire on the back foot now, metaphorically. 175 for 6, chasing 264. And Joe Leach, the new batsman, only knows one way to play. Leach won't be hanging around. Crocombe bowls, and he's beaten. First ball through to the keeper, taken by Carter. End of an excellent over from Henry Crocombe. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. His figures, and Worcestershire, well, they're in a little bit of trouble after losing those 2 wickets since the resumption. 175 for 6.
Yeah, nice little over from Henry Crocombe, and Sussex have come out with a vengeance since tea, picking up those 2 wickets. I've had a couple more. I've had some folk. We were talking about Zach Tamazi, the former Sussex chief exec, who's away on holiday in Cyprus, and he just sent me a couple of pictures, and now I'm annoyed.
Oh, no!
Yeah, he sent me a picture. Look, a half-drunk bottle of beer,
a
nice-looking pit of bread with all sorts in chips and various things.
Zach,
lovely salad. Yeah, and he says, now to make you really jealous, where you've succeeded. I'm not going to reply to him now.
No. Well, you could send him a picture of your half-eaten Victoria sponge from the ladies' pavilion.
Now, what could Joe Sarrow do? 175 for 6 here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio, Hereford and Worcester as well. Sarrow's for, and he bowls another no ball. I think that's his 7th no ball, Joe Sarrow. But he picked up a wicket in his last over, having bowled a no ball. Now, the umpire at that far end, is that Neil? Yes, it's not Neil
Pratt.
It's Neil Pratt at the far end. He just had a real look. And I'm just wondering if he's saying that if you can't keep running down there, so we'll just have to wait and see whether it's Joe Sarrow's going to have to just adjust slightly, but he's on his way again for the Digley's end of the ground bowls, and D'Oliveira lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So double breakthrough for Sussex since tea. 77 for 6 is our friend the pigeon. Does he nest up there, Frank?
Yeah, there's 2 actually. One nest up there and one up there. If you can call them nests, I mean,
does he just live up there?
It's an insult to the word nest. No, they do lay eggs in the pile of twigs.
Do they?
Yeah, up there, and one up there usually.
Right, okay.
But I mean, honestly, call that a nest. It's a pathetic effort, isn't it?
Sarrowin bowls. D'Oliveira lets that go outside of the off stump. And again, there is no wrong. Good take by Carter in front of all.
We've talked about this before. I'm particularly insulting about the pigeon's nest building capability because I've got a big fat wood pigeon that tries to build a nest every year in my garden in a maple tree that we've got, and ends up with more twigs on the lawn under the tree than they get in the branches. They somehow manage to wedge an egg or two in there, but it's not. It's a pretty poor effort, really. The wood pigeon is not the Isambard Kingdom Brunel of the bird world, I don't think.
Sarrowin bowls to D'Oliveira. Nice shot, drives to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. A nice looking shot for no run.
When you see how much time and effort a blue tit or a wren or a blackbird puts into building their nest and weaving the strands of grass together and making a beautifully shaped bowl, and then you look at what these pigeons do, it's hard really to claim that they're the same species, really. But there you go. It's sitting on the pipe, really, rather than on the nest, isn't it?
Sarrowin bowls to D'Oliveira, who very nearly chops on. It was a ball that was wide outside his off stump. He was looking to cut that one away or hammer the ball away through backward point, and very nearly succeeded in chopping the ball on to his own stumps. But there is no run. 177 for 6.
Photo on the way, Zach, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sending him a photograph of my lunch.
Just to make him enjoy his holiday even more.
Yeah. In comes Sarrow, past umpire Pratt, and bowls down the leg side, and well taken by Carter. But again, I think D'Oliveira feel he rather missed out there.
Look, I'll tell you what I love about that take is that, you know, as a keeper myself, again, or ex-keeper, but it's gone a long way down the leg side. He's not dived. Well, he's kind of tumbled, but he's back on his feet. It's a really tidy bit of work. It's a good keeper. I haven't seen him much up to the stumps yet, obviously, but
yeah, is that always a
so
test
far,
of a keeper, really, Frank? You know, when you're up to the stumps, particularly as a medium pacer.
Yeah. Well, and the spinners, but I'm impressed so far.
Sarrowin bowls, and he's caught behind, and Sarrow picks up another wicket, and D'Oliveira is on his way. And Joe Sarrow has picked up a couple of wickets. An extraordinary spell of bowling, really, because he's been mixing up, taking wickets with no balls, and that's the big wicket of D'Oliveira, who's caught behind. And all of a sudden, Worcestershire have lost 3 wickets for 3 runs and are 177 for 7, and D'Oliveira is gone for 38.
Yeah, and I think he had to play that. I think it was a really good delivery from Joe Sarrow, and yeah. They're in good shape now. Sussex, 51 overs gone, and the men out today: Libby bowled Hudson Prentice 28, Mitchell caught Carter bowled Ibrahim 16, Fell caught Ward bowled Carson 11, Haynes bowled Ibrahim 47, and since the resumption following tea and bad light, Barnard caught Carson bowled Sarrow 17, Cox caught Carter bowled Crocombe without scoring, and D'Oliveira caught Carter bowled Sarrow 38. Josh Baker is the new batsman, 18-year-old left-arm spinner, fresh out of school, good bowler, and not a bad batsman. Tall man, young lad, but by no means a bunny with the bat. But this will be quite testing for him. Comes out to join Joe Leach, neither of them off the mark, and Worcestershire in a bit of trouble. 177 for 7. And Henry Crocombe to continue from the New Road End, and all of these wickets falling since the resumption without the reintroduction of Dan Ibrahim. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9, his extraordinary figures. But as you pointed out, Adrian, the Sussex bowlers, the younger ones amongst them, still subject to the ECB regulations about how many overs they can bowl in a spell and in a day, and Ibrahim will have to be protected a little bit, but it wouldn't surprise me if we saw his reintroduction when Crocombe's finished his spell at this New Road End. He's starting a new over now, bowling to Joe Leach. He's in, down the leg side. Leach flicks at it, misses it, it skids through low, and there's a tumbling save by keeper Ollie Carter, who's picked up 3 catches, the last of them just a moment ago to remove Brett D'Oliveira, who'd played well for his 38.
Yes, he had.
But all three catches that he's picked up, Carter, have been pretty comfortable, pretty straightforward ones off the outside edge. Crocombe again in bowls. Leach gets 4, I think. Will he get 4? No, it's only going to be 2. Overpitched on leg stump, driven through mid-wicket. And thought he was going to get 4, but in fact, fielder coming round from... James Cole's coming round from square leg, running to his good side, picking up on his left-hand side and throwing the ball back in and keeping them to 2. So Leach is off the mark, 179 for 7, and the light's probably as good as it's been now for quite a few hours. And it's still pretty gloomy, but it's a lot lighter than it was when they went off. Here's Crocombe in again, bowls, and Leach almost overbalancing. Just squeezes that one back up the pitch to the bowler.
I mean, were it not for the light, which will probably bring an early in today's play, you'd think that Sussex would probably be batting again. I mean, there's another 44 overs left in the day.
Quite soon, I think, the way things are going, depending on how these two go about it. But equally, if Joe Leach hangs around, Crocombe in bowls to him, and Leach pushes out on the offside. If Joe Leach were to bat for an hour, then he's the sort of batsman, I almost defy Joe Leach to bat for an hour without scoring 30 minimum. So if he were to bat for an hour, then the scores could be quite a bit closer. But at the moment, Sussex be fancying their chances of a decent lead here. Worcestershire 179 for 7. Crocombe from the New Road end bowls, and Leach is on the back foot, steering out behind square on the offside, gets a single. And I said it had got lighter. It's gone a bit darker again.
It has again,
I think, isn't it?
No, it has.
It's kind of changing almost, quite rapidly, really.
Yeah, I mean, beyond that heavier cloud, again, it's lighter behind the cathedral, so...
It's dark. I mean, I played, most of my cricket was league cricket and so on, and you played on pretty much regardless, even though there might have been somebody pretty sharp at various times in opposition teams, but even I would find this quite gloomy. In comes Crocombe again, bowls down the leg side to Baker, moves inside it, flicks at it, taken by the keeper. Umpire's going to have a word. I think we might be
I think we could be off again.
Another interruption in a minute. And indeed we are. The players are leaving the field. The light has deteriorated very rapidly just in the last few minutes. I don't think this will be a long one, because as you say, Adrian, quite a bit of brighter sky in the far distance, but even so, 180 for 7, Leach on 3, and Baker yet to get off the mark. Bad light has stopped play.
Yeah, a session of play which Sussex will be very pleased with, to pick up those 3 wickets. But hopefully that's not it for the day. There is some darker clouds or some lighter skies. It's quite breezy still, so hopefully it's blowing cloud through. So we've still got, well, it's only 4:15. They're not going to call it off yet, but it is gloomy. The ground staff are not reaching for the covers over on the far side, which is suggests there's no rain imminent, famous last words. But Frank and I are going to take a little breather.
Yeah.
With you as soon as there's a resumption.
And do join us as soon as play resumes. doing football years and years ago. I used to cover Hereford United quite a bit when they were in the league, and I got really friendly with Ian Bowyer, you know, who was in Cloughie's European Cup winning side, and people thought Bowyer was. They still say, what a nutter, what a absolutely fantastic with me. And I remember once they played Doncaster, and Billy Bremner was the manager of Doncaster, and the studio said, "Oh, Bremner's there, see if you can get an interview with him." I thought, oh God, I'm so scared, you know. So I was about 30. Yeah. I approached him. It's when I was doing cricket call. I approached Bremner and I said, BBC local radio, would there be any chance? And he said, absolutely, how much do you want? 5 minutes. Couldn't have been nicer. Just couldn't have been nicer. Just thought, you know, you just can never tell. Just because somebody was hard on the... And what I remember, I interviewed Gavin Hastings once. Wow. I don't really know a lot about rugby. I played a bit. And I remember I was saying, would you mind talking to him? He said, oh, absolutely fine. What do you want to talk about? Just brilliant. He'd been playing for the Barbars at Newport, and I was asked to cover the game. But you know, young reporter, and you think, I don't really know what I'm doing. He was absolutely brilliant, Hastings. Yeah, it's not great, is it? I'm just holding this to me here because I think I'm going to do an update in a minute. It's grim now. It really is grim, isn't it? Well, I won't call it yet because it's too long to go. Yeah. It's been hanging around here for a while. Well, it'll be another hour. No. Players are off the field again for bad light, I'm afraid. It happened about 15 minutes ago. It's really quite gloomy. Sadly, Worcestershire losing 3 wickets in the short session that preceded this latest interruption. Barnard out for 17. Ben Cox out without scoring, and Brett D'Oliveira out for 38. All 3 of them caught behind the wicket, 2 by the wicketkeeper, 1 in the slips. Barnard, he went for 17, as I say. Cox 0, D'Oliveira 38. So Worcestershire plunging in response to Sussex's 264 to 180 for 7 at the moment. Joe Leach is on 3. Josh Baker has joined him. He's yet to get off the mark. And Worcestershire really struggling after losing those 3 quick wickets. But bad light has driven the players from the field. It really is very gloomy at the moment. I can't see any prospect of an immediate resumption. So Worcestershire left to lick their wounds at the moment on 180 for 7.
Well, bad light up in Surrey and Sussex at the minute, Danny, and bad light here down in Worcester as well. When you were last, the Bristol players got off the field, they came back on for about 20 minutes or so, but now they're back off again, and it's really grey and overcast. I think the prospect of further play looks a little bit grim, if I'm being honest. However, in that little passage of play, Sussex picked up 3 wickets, so that was good news. 2 of them to Joe Sarrow, 1 of them to Henry Crocombe. So Worcestershire, who were just 4 down the last time we merged, and now 180 for 7 down in the fight from Sussex total of 264. Right, let me have a little look at this. Let's do a little report before I go there. Come on, Adrian, get your act together. Crying out loud.
Players still off the field, I'm sorry to say, with bad light having stopped play. Worcestershire having lost 3 quick wickets in a short session following a previous bad light interruption. The 3 men to go in the last session: Barnard for 17, Cox without scoring, and D'Oliveira for 38. So Worcestershire at the moment trailing by 84. Sussex made 264. Worcestershire in reply 180 for 7, but bad light has stopped play and no immediate prospect of a resumption.
Eagerly, they would be generous, sympathetic, yet always studied with an unexpected detail.
Guessing 19. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume with the light having improved. Most of the spectators have gone home, but we're back out there, and it's Joe Sarrow to start the attack from the digless end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain. And he's in now, and he bowls, and Leach gets a full-length ball on middle and leg and works it to mid-wicket where Archie Lenham does the fielding. So the player's been off the field, well, for about an hour or so, I suppose.
Yeah, and looking at the skies, when it gets lighter,
yeah,
then there's some really dark cloud drifting in again. Don't think
they'll be out for too long.
No, I don't either, unfortunately.
Lenham being dispatched now to the deep square leg boundary. So Sarrow may be thinking about banging one in at Leach. He'll take it on, I reckon, if he does. He's not one to shy away from such a challenge. Joe Leach has been in quite good form with the bat this year. Sarrow is in, bowls to him, but he doesn't bang it in short. He pitches it up, but it's very wide of the off stump and left alone by the captain. So Sarrow picked up his first couple of wickets in the last session of play, which itself was a brief one, but it did see the fall of 3 Worcestershire wickets in the space of just a couple of overs. Barnard out for 17, Cox without scoring, and D'Oliveira for 38, 2 of them to Sarrow, who, when he's got it in the right area, has been troublesome, but he struggled a bit for rhythm. Bowls and hits Leach on the pad here with this one, runs away on the leg side, there's no run. So Worcestershire 180 for 7, still trailing by 84, and we have 25 overs left in the day after this, should light permit, but I must say my feeling is that it probably won't be that long before the light deteriorates again and we have a conclusion possibly to the day's play. Here's Sarrow in again, bowls, and Leach drives beautifully. Just in the slot, and Joe Leach just leaning into it, reminding everybody that he was a batsman when he first started in county cricket. Just he eases that through the covers for 4, and yeah, a top-class shot. Yeah, he was a batsman really, and came into the game as a batsman, and through the sort of satellite academy that Worcestershire have up in Shropshire, and developed his bowling. I mean, he bowled a bit, but he was more of a batsman than a bowler. And this season he's played a couple of really good knocks in various forms of cricket, just to remind everybody. And that was, well, it was a top-class shot, that, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Just leaned on it and hit it on the up through the covers. Goes to 7. Sarrow in again, bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, Ollie Carter, and it's 184 for 7 still. So, yeah, all in all, it's been a day of interruptions. Sussex began on their overnight 254 for 9, added 10 to that, losing Carson for 87, bowled by Joe Leach, who finished with 5 for 68, and Worcestershire, well, they've never really got going in reply. We did have one good partnership for the 4th wicket of 76 between Haynes and D'Oliveira. Sarrow in again, bowls, Leach leaves, taken by Carter outside the off stump, over, 184 for 7. But Worcestershire have lost wickets at fairly regular intervals with the exception of that partnership. And it's just looked a bit like a pitch that you're never quite in on. So even if you've got 30 or 40 and you've been out there for an hour or so, there's one coming along that might just have your name on it. 184 for 7, and Henry Crocombe into the attack at the New Road end.
Yes, and he's bowled better from this end of the ground, I think, Henry Crocombe, than he did from the Digley's road end of the ground. So 184 for 7. There's some horrible black cloud drifting towards the ground. So how long we're going to be on for, we don't know. Anyway, we're just going to enjoy it whilst we've got some cricket. So the arrears exactly 80 runs now, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. And it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to come in to bowl to the right-handed Barker with 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and Barker just comes up as Baker. Sorry, plays into the offside. There is no run. Baker, Barker, I'm sorry.
18 years old, Josh Baker's finished his schooling this summer at Malvern College. Comes from Ashwood Bank in Worcestershire, right in the north of the county, between, well, sort of near Redditch, Bromsgrove area. Left arm spinner, but not the worst batsman.
He's facing now as I thought he'd do a little nick on that and nick that one behind, but he didn't. Just playing a miss outside the other. He played in the 50 over game, I think.
Yeah, he just came into the 50 over side and played in all those games, and played in the last county championship game against Warwickshire as well. A relatively quick introduction to the first team, and he stayed in the side.
So 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg and a fine leg as Crocombe is in and bowls, and wide of the off-stump let go by Baker, taken by keeper Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Lots of grey cloud around, lots of interruptions as Frank was saying. A few hardy souls have stayed onto the pitch. I wandered out to speak to a couple of people I know around the ground. I was cold, you know. It's a bit more than a bit more than a sweater, really, if you're hanging around. As Crocombe, number 5 on the back of his shirt, is in and bowls, and that's a poor delivery, really, wide of the off stump, taken by Carter. And again, there is no run. Joe Sarrow claps his hands at mid-on, wanders around. The spectators actually over on the far side, over by the River Severn. They're a long way from the action over there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
I wonder why you would sit there.
I know, it's a funny one, isn't it, where some people, I suppose, just say, that's where I sit.
That's where I always sit,
yeah.
They're miles away. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and again too wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Going to make the tail enders play here as Henry Crocombe. He's in his 12th over, figures of 1 for 33. Picks up looking at Ben Cox. Always a good wicket to take that of Ben Cox. Good performer for Worcestershire. Frank was saying played in the 103 slips in place now as Crocombe is on his way again. Past umpire Baton bowls, and that's a play and a miss by Baker outside the off stump, taken by Carter. It's the end of the over. The Sussex players running between overs, trying to get as many overs in as they can because they recognise
darker again.
It is getting darker again.
You can tell just by looking at that advert on the scoreboard, can't you, how brightly that's shining out across the ground. I don't think it'll be long, if I'm honest.
No, I don't, sadly.
And I think, as you say, the Sussex players running between the overs because they want to try and nick another 1 or 2 out before the next interruption.
Yes.
Which they could easily do, and they picked up 3 in that last little mini session. But I think if another wicket were to fall now, with 2 seamers operating as well, that the umpires would be reaching for the light meters again. In fact, I can see Neil
Baton is already
doing so, yeah. He's getting concerned. Joe Leach, meanwhile, waits as Joe Sarrow comes in to start a new over from the Digley's end, and he bowls a full-length ball, which Leach drives, but doesn't really time up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, I guess it's one of the problems, going forward with the game. Everyone's talking about the 100 and the future of the game, etc., etc. If you're it's difficult to explain to people, isn't it, the concept of bad light. And you come to see a game and, I think people can understand rain, but bad light's always a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, especially with floodlights around at most grounds now. In comes Sarrow again, and he bowls, and Leach gets runs this time. Beautiful clip through mid-wicket by the Worcestershire captain. He'll pick up 3, I think, probably. Yeah, Baker, in fact, they settle for 2 as throw comes in from long on. Yeah, it is a difficult one, and you'd think why shouldn't you play in bad light? And if there are but floodlights, they don't actually make in daylight, if you can call it daylight, even though it might be bad daylight, floodlights with a red ball, they don't actually make a huge amount of difference, do they?
And one of the problems is as well that then when you get the natural light or people say, well, why are we off? And when the lights are on, you think, oh, I better go do my play actually. Yeah,
I know what you mean. Here's Sarrow into Leach again. He bowls, and that's let go outside the off stump by Leach and taken by the keeper. And is off to do an update, and I'll be doing one shortly for BBC Avon Worcester listeners, and I think that will be to say that we're going to have another interruption because the umpires are converging now, and umpire Neil Bainton going into the middle of the pitch to put the light meter on the stumps, and he's going to take a reading. Joe Leach reckons it's going to be a bad one, and it is, and off they're going again. So what do we have? 2.5 overs, I think, in that little spell, and it's bad light again with the score on 186 for 7. Leach has moved on to 9, and Baker is yet to get off the mark, and bad light has stopped play yet again. It's getting a little bit tedious, I'm afraid. Well, as you join me, I'm sorry to say the players are leaving the field again for bad light. So we had just 2.5 overs in the latest mini session. In that time we saw Worcestershire adding 6 runs to their total. Joe Leach scoring all of those. He's on 9 not out. Josh Baker is 0 not out. But the players leaving the field yet again. This is the third interruption that we've had for bad light this afternoon, and it could be terminal, this one, because grey cloud all around us. I can't see the light improving very much in the near future. So there we are. Bad light has stopped play yet again, and it's 186 for 7 Worcestershire in reply to Sussex's 264. Yeah, I wish. No, I think I've got to hang around and wait and see if I'm right. But it does look gloomy, and I'm afraid, honestly, it's most of the spectators have gone home, and we're not too hopeful. And yes, bad light stop play here at New Road, so we'll be leaving you again. Thanks for listening, and of course we'll be back as soon as things improve. If not, we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow. I'll listen out for you to give me a cue down the cans. Okay. Okay. Cheers. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Frustrating day at New Road as Worcestershire dismissed Sussex for 264 in their first innings, taking the final Sussex wicket this morning for the addition of 10 runs. Joe Leach finishing with 5 for 68. In reply, Worcestershire reliant really on one major partnership, 76 added for the fourth wicket between Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira. But other than that, no batsman really looking in, and Libby out for 28, Mitchell 16, Fell 11, Haynes 47, Barnard 17, Cox without scoring, and D'Oliveira for 38 before bad light, the third bad light interruption of the day, finally brought play to a premature close at around about 5:30, with Joe Leach on 9 and Josh Baker yet to get off the mark. Worcestershire are, in reply to Sussex's 264, 186 for 7, and play will resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you, bye.